Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depends where you are domiciled in this world. Please, I shall welcome you on today's program. Please, I urge you to welcome one another so they can also join us to listen to today's program. We are live on TikTok. We are also live on YouTube. So from any of these platforms that we are watching from TikTok, YouTube, or anywhere at all, Facebook also, I urge you to like the live stream. If you're watching from YouTube, I want you to like and share the program so other people may join us at this hour. So we can be able to deliver this message. And as you join me, the first thing I need from you is to like and share the program. So as we are waiting for you to like and share the program, let's start from this way this evening. Once again, from me, you're welcome to the program. Please like and share.
I am telling you the truth from heaven. Anything I open my mouth to utter is a destruction of heaven. Let me not pronounce it. As long as I say it, it must happen. I told you they don't love you. I told Alison Madweke they don't love you. I told Hakim, asked him, he will tell you my proposal for Nachi clay factories at Imo State Government House till tomorrow. He will tell you they don't love you. I told Peter Obi, they don't love you. I am telling you the truth from heaven. Anything I open my mouth to utter is a destruction of heaven. Let me not pronounce it. As long as I say it, it must happen. I told you they don't love you. I told Alison Madweke they don't love you. Hakim, asked him, he will tell you my proposal for Nachi clay factories at Imo State Government House till tomorrow. He will tell you they don't love you. I told Peter Obi, they don't love you.
Yes, Oshi, please, I want you to like the touch your stream, tap your screen, so you can be able to program also invite people to come and join us this wonderful evening. My fellow Biafrans, our program today is going to be sending messages, and I want you to listen what I'm about to do now. This message that I play right now is for those who claim they are one Nigeria and they are from old Eastern region that they put under their divide and rule. They call us people of Southeast. Every word that come out from the Holy One, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has come to fulfill. Whenever he said something, it must surely come to pass. And today, people have started bearing witness to every word that comes out from the mouth of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Peter Obi is just deceiving himself. Peter Obi is just deceiving himself and also deceiving the gullibles who are following Peter Obi around. What Peter Obi thinker is doing is he just wasting his time. He just doing what I said. He is wasting his time. That is the pure truth. Because whatever that they are thinking that will happen, so far, they are coming from old Eastern region and think that there is something that will happen that will change everything. Remove them from Enyamani or from being an Igbo man. I want them to know that they are deceiving themselves. And you that is following them, you are going to cry and cry, lament without no action. The only action we have is what USB is giving you right now, or where the Biafran movement has taken a nice shape under the international laws and all the treaties. That is only way to achieve a lost nation, like our own case. When we talk about a lost nation, the lost nation is United States of Biafra in the old, the Republic of Biafra we lost in 1970 finally, after the 3 years of existence of this Christian nation. We lost it in the hands of oppressor, occupier, those who occupy our territory, who happen to be Nigeria government. That is why we are back to take what belongs to us. That is why it is very, very imperative as you join this program this evening. I want you to like the program and share the program, please, because we are here to do something more exposition about Finland as we continue to ask Finland the questions. Why they have kept our PM, Simon Ekpa Njoku, the Prime Minister, is our question. And why Finland in the past have served or served many people, many governments in exile that has gone through this way that we are passing through today. So please, as I'm sharing the program, I want you also to share from your location. I want you to share this program from your own location to invite people to come to listen to the message we have to share this wonderful evening. Please, it is very, very imperative if you do so, because by doing so, you are bringing more people to join us to share the message. Our message might look so boring to you, but I keep on saying my word. There is no other message that my mind or what brings me to this movement asked me to share except this message I am sharing to you. So I ask you to, if you can't watch the program, it's too boring for you, there is no law that is holding you. Because what we have been lacking is the ability to read or to remember history, how every other nation have achieved their own nation in the past. Please, Alex, I want you to like the live program, please, Alex and Oshi, please. Just tap you are in front of your phone. Then you like that is only just tap, so others may got the message we are sharing this evening. We are sharing a message how Finland has failed woefully and how Finland government has proved how corrupt they are in this 21st century. That is what we want to prove to you. Also, we want to also prove to Finland how this president government of Finland has destroyed Finland's reputation, and because of the interests of United Kingdom is the only reason why that Finland is keeping Simon Ekpa Njoku, the Prime Minister of new redeclared Christian nation, with a title name united state of Biafra that was redeclared on November the 29th, 2024 in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland, is where the Biafran people come together and said, we must take our territory back. We must take what belongs to us back. We will never allow enemy to come here and destroy it. So, if you just join me, the only thing I ask you this evening is to share and like if you wish to do so. If you wish to do so. Because nobody's going to by force you to like a program or share a program. But if you find the program that you like the program, you want to share, that's for you. So, as we are moving into today's program, there is things we have to do this evening. There is things we have to do. And also, as you like and share the program, please, I want you also to touch the emoji love. I want you to touch the emoji love because of attack. That one is not even any money from you. Please, it is very, very imperative if you do so. On this today's program, we're also going to touch light the punishment that America gave to the citizens that was attacking the declaration of US or those that never want America to become a country, or those who was asking, can America come about a country? When America is going to be a country? When? Like what many of you is asking today. At last, America become a very powerful country in the world today that every other nation is calling to save their life. So, from there, you may understand why what USB is doing this time around is the only legal way. It doesn't matter how many noise you make social media. Because if America did not issue the peaceful declaration in 1776, no country will be America today. If they remain under British or Britain, by today, you as in America, you will not be in America. And when it happens in America, 1776, people was against it. Like all of you who is totally against US declared. All of us who is against United States of Biafra, the new Christian nation that was redeclared on November 29, 2024 in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland. So I sincerely want you to mellow down as we go into this program this evening so we may understand why this way that I am always hitting is the only way to achieve it, and how Finland also have used what we did in their own country that people did in another different country to serve them. That's why we ask Finland. If Finland in the past used international declaration document, free leader of government in exile of Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestina. That is why we ask on this question, what of Simon Ekpa Njoku? What of Simon Ekpa Njoku? Is he not in that criteria of a government in exile? The leader of government in exile. Like when you help Namibia, Algeria, Palestina, you help these people, Finland government direct help. Because of what? One, because of the issue declaration or redeclare. As the issue declaration or redeclaration, they stand on existing protocol to maintain its well standard. Now that is why you can see USB proving a standard structure of a government, because it's also part of what it requires for you to become a full nation that are going to achieve recognition. It is very, very important that we all understand this at this stage that we are into. Why is it important? Because that is what we have been lacking since all these years. We have been lacking behind when it's come to how to restore Biafra as a nation until Obatobi Simon Ekpa Njoku took over and the change narrative. And today we have been proved. We are here claiming that we are a sovereign nation under all international law, which is the right thing to do. Which is what? That is the right thing to do. So I want you this evening, as you join me, please share and like the program. But before I proceed, I want to remind you this. It happened in US. And people did not believe it, but it happens. Because the same way today, you are fighting against this unity declared. Is the same way over 80 to 60,000, 15 to 20% of people of Israel, people of America, never want US to become a free nation out of the British. So, on that note, listen to this. Listen.
Those who opposed the Declaration of Independence and supported the British Crown were known as Loyalists or Tories. They made up roughly 15 to 20% of the American colonial population. Rather than widespread executions, American patriot authorities and local militias relied heavily on financial, civil, and social punishments. Property confiscation and financial penalties. Confiscation Acts. State legislatures passed laws allowing local governments to seize land, homes, businesses, and personal possessions belonging to loyalists. These properties were auctioned off to fund the Revolutionary Army and support state budgets. Double or triple taxes. Loyalists were subjected to punitive tax rates, often required to pay double or triple what patriot citizens paid. Loss of legal protections. Courts stripped loyalists of civil rights, making it illegal for them to sue for unpaid debts, practice law or medicine, or run for public office. Banishment and forced expulsion. Enacted laws banishing prominent loyalists. If they returned without permission, they faced immediate imprisonment or execution. Mass migration. An estimated 60,000 to 80,000 loyalists fled North America during and after the war, resettling in Canada, Great Britain, or British colonies in the Caribbean. Informal and mob violence. Tarring and feathering. Local militias and patriot groups frequently used mob tactics to intimidate outspoken loyalists. Suspects were stripped, covered in warm tar and feathers, and paraded through town. Oaths of allegiance. Citizens were forced to sign public oaths renouncing King George III and swearing loyalty to the revolutionary government. Refusing to sign often led to house arrest, loss of weapons, or physical violence. Execution for treason, rare. While state governments established treason laws carrying the death penalty, executions were surprisingly rare. Revolutionary juries were generally reluctant to hand down death sentences for ideological loyalty alone. Capital punishment was typically reserved for those caught acting as active spies, leading armed loyalist guerrilla units, or committing high treason directly on the battlefield. The 1783 Treaty of Paris, which formally ended the Revolutionary War, included clauses urging states to restore confiscated property to loyalists. However, most American states ignored these recommendations, leaving the overwhelming majority of displaced loyalists with no compensation.
I hope you are listening. This is what happened in America. Jovika, this is what happened in US, where you are today making noise. And all of you who are in abroad, in different countries that are making noise today. After the declaration of America, after they issued their declaration, you know, their case is declaration. Why our own case is redeclared? I hope you are listening what America did to saboteurs, betrayers, and all the criminals that never want America to become a country, who want America to remain under Great Britain, under this evil Britain, because they are not great in anything. This is the most corrupt, this is the most sucking demon country in the world, called Britain, or United Kingdom, or Britain, whatever you may call them and the citizens, until their sons and their daughters push their father to return what they stole in Africa and what they stole in Biafra land. And they pay for it, but they must surely pay. for it in due time. So when listening to this, there was a time when this US was just a new declared nation. There's a time when US was just a new declared nation. Check their history, 1776. The first country ever that grants a recognition, call them a country, is Morocco in Africa. Then the second people was the people of France. France seniors America as a country. Even France was the one who gave them the totally backup, all the aid, all the military arms they needed for them to be a nation. When this was going on, the puppets, in that their language, those that never want that US should be a nation, all of them fight against that declaration. They fought against the declaration of America. They really fought for it. But what happened? Those who issued that declaration stand on that mandate of the US declaration mandate. They stand on it. Make sure that the people of America and all of them have their freedom. On that freedom they have is where Jovica, I don't know, and all the criminals, Solomon Nkwocha, who is a criminal, with his men, with this one that used WhatsApp, claim that WhatsApp is Biafra. Ezamrunobi and the Solomon Nkwocha, they are all criminals and enemy and the agent of one Nigeria. Today, Ezamrunobi and the Solomon Nkwocha is fighting against USB pre-declaration. Like those people in America who fought against the 1770s of the Declaration of America, of US, that they are in today, claiming they are fighting for Biafra. We are sporting men on ground who they only find a way they will use to make the Biafran people, or the way they will use the Biafran name to borrow money in America. And they have already borrowed already. Today, the so-called, I don't know who is in America, fighting against what they declared, the same way that the people of US fight against their own freedom. When the 56 intercontinental men of US gathered together to issue the Declaration of America, they did that. Did they do it? The answer is they did it. Yes, they did that, and that happened. Their people was the one that was against it. They cascaded against it. They called it all kinds of names. They see this terror, that this pole, this Aradio Arama, that pole, that are they Kwensu, that agent of Nigeria government is doing today. People of US did it to their own citizens, and the leader who issued the Declaration of US in 1776 declaration. For what? They issue and sign it for them to have a legal document. And based on that legal document is reason why that a country from Africa called Morocco was the first country ever that recognizes America as a sovereign state of their own. This is what has happened in the past. And today, people are trooping in. And if you've never been in America, you are missing something. And today, Jovica, Solomon Nkwocha, a leader, the criminal himself, Solomon Nkwocha, and there's Amulobi. If you pursue them from here, they run from here. If they move away from here, they do the other worst one. Ezamulobi, the retired Nigerian military, who has no job to do except to to make the Biafran people and eat from the blood money that people are contributing. Now, powering Solomon Nkwocha for them to be making the Biafran people with the style or the name. Oh, it's for men on ground. It's for men on ground. We are supporting men on ground to defend our territory. And when you ask them, can you show those that you are giving this to your money, how much have you given already? Nothing. They are only come to take. Because they also, it's only reason why they see the way that Solomon Nkwocha, the money he could not make in America, is now you think you can make them on Solomon Nkwocha and they give you a change to your servant as Amnunobi, to your slave as Amnunobi, or he worship you. We, the people of Biafra, has made up of our mind. We already know what we want. And we are only pushing for what we want now at this last stage, that we are looking for recognition of our lost nation, for us to have our own country. So, and nobody will stop us from that, because it is our inalienable right to have our freedom. And at this stage that we are into, this is a stage where if you know where you belong, remain where you belong. Don't change. Because the service or the punishment that US gives to the citizens, even a death sentence, to those that was against what? Against the Declaration of US 1776. They implemented their law. Oh, that's up to, you had it here, that's up to over 80,000 citizens of America run away, forget their property, forget whatever they have. Forget what? They forget their property, went to that country to start a new life because of what? Because of the attack, the rebel, the saboteur, the sabotage they give to their own people, and they are paying dearly, they pay dearly for it. Many of these 80,000 that run away, that was against, go and find out by yourself, that was against the Declaration of US 1776. They never returned today. Over 80,000 of them form another country, another area in this world, and they're living there on their own because they knew that there is nothing concerning the homeland. So, when you look at what we are passing through today and what is happening after you declare, then you will understand exactly what is going on. That is when you will understand exactly what is going on. So I am doing this to remind you that is attacking this new Christian nation, which is United States of Biafra, that was redeclared in the continuation of the oath that we lost into the new name, to shower in this new country name, which is United States of Biafra, as our own nation. That is where we are. That is what we have to do. And this is the time. Please, as you join me, I want you to like and share the program so many Biafrans can join us to listen to the program, please. I want you to help me to share the program. So if America, if US can give their own people punishment and torture them because of their negative efforts against the Declaration of US 1776, why Morocco was the first country that recognizes their own sovereignty. So it's time to let the world to understand that we know why they're keeping us and we are saying no to that. So, my people, my question is, if US can give the saboteurs punishment, then who are we? If US can punish them, if US can deny them all their assets, no one left from these 80,000, and those run away and never come back till today. I ask you, is it what you wish yourself? Because at this stage we are into, you must know what you wish yourself. Because I wish myself that I want to be alive to see USB recognition that is fast approaching, so that no one can feel like the message did not get to you. That is why I'm doing this every day whenever I come here, to let you know, understand why I'm here. It is very, very imperative that as you join, please like and share the program. If America can give their own people punishment, if US can give their own people punishment, sentence some of them to life imprisonment. Imagine that kind of treatment that America give those that was saboteur, that sabotage, that was against what? Remember, I want you to know what there was against. They was against, they are sabotaging, the saboteur is about supporting British, that they don't want America to be another country on their own. But what happened at last? Today, America is not a country. America is not a country today. And after all these punishments they give to those that was against and opposing their movement, then those who could not stand to be in prison, they all flew away from America, which is over 80,000 citizens of America, run away into exile. Because of what? Because of refusing to support the declaration, not even refusing to support. There was castigating those that are busy doing something. And we understand it clearly that Biafran constitution is very strict. It's going to give many people punishment that you will be crying and begging for USB to pardon your own people. That time is fast approaching. I said what? That time is what? Fast approaching. This is the high time that we are into, that no one will do or have to do to free ourselves. And the only way to free ourselves, like America, out of the Britain or British, is what we are on it right now. That is what? The declaration document. They call it what? International declaration document that free traders in Africa, Namibia, Kosovo, Palestine. And you are here, everything is happening. So, the people of Biafra, my co-citizens under US were declared. Are you still doubting if we're on the right track? Go best, I see you. Thank you so much. Please, TikTok, I want someone to like our program from TikTok and invite more people to join us. Invite people to come and join us to listen to the real message. The punishment is coming. It doesn't matter how many years we are in Finland. It doesn't matter if you are still to Toba, because the ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ignorance of law, the full ignorance of all these things that is happening, is never be an excuse. So if you like, that is when you will know that this nonsense you are doing is being counted, and there is a law to hold you. If you like, go and hold up a toe, be a hug about 20 times. It means for me nothing. What means something for me so much is the person that made Abatobia to be in Finland, which is my DPM, Dr. Ngozo Rabeze. Because if there is no US being declared, Mas Simon Ekpa Njoku will never be in Finland. So you must thank our DPM and all the cabinet members that are working assiduously for us to achieve our full recognition. It is what we are looking for, and we shall surely got it. So we are there. And on which side are you going to be? Is it on the side of those who will run into exile? Because many Biafrans know with the action that they will never come back in Biafran territory. Many of them knew that they can never come back to the Biafran territory anymore. That is why they know what they are doing. That's why they are not repenting. Because of what? They have already told themselves that's nothing. That is why they know what they are doing. So they have already knew. So do not follow them and do not listen to them. Focus on things that really matter at this stage, that will help all of us to achieve what? Our own nation. And now that we're on a legal path, on a right track to achieve this nation, nobody will stop us from doing that. So before I proceed, I want to play this audio again about US for you to listen. If you you said you declare a nation, you are in exile. Where is your currency? What is this? Do you know how it started and how every nation achieved their own? So listen to this punishment of America before I proceed to the main program of today.
Those who opposed the Declaration of Independence and supported the British Crown were known as Loyalists or Tories. They made up roughly 15
You hear
to
the
20...
name Loyalists or Tories is how America, these are those that are loyal to the Britain. In our own common language, we saboteur, sabotage, betrayers that we are facing today. America faced their own in 1776. And it never stopped America to be a country. Because of they have these 80,000 those who don't want America to be a country. Does these 80,000 win over 56 intercontinental congressmen that issued the peaceful declaration of the US? 1776. We are asking this question. So listen.
percent of the American colonial population. Rather than widespread executions, American patriot authorities and local militias relied heavily on financial, civil, and social punishments. Property confiscation and financial penalties. Confiscation Acts. State legislatures passed laws allowing local governments to seize land, homes, businesses, and personal possessions belonging to loyalists. These properties were auctioned off to fund the Revolutionary Army and support state budgets. Double or triple taxes. Loyalists were subjected to punitive tax rates, often required to pay double or triple what patriot citizens paid. Loss of legal protections. Courts stripped loyalists of civil rights, making it illegal for them to sue for unpaid debts, practice law or medicine, or run for public office. Banishment and forced exile. Expulsion. Many states enacted laws banishing prominent loyalists. If they returned without permission, they faced immediate imprisonment or execution. Mass migration. An estimated 60,000 to 80,000 loyalists fled North America during and after the war, resettling in Canada, Great Britain, or British colonies in the Caribbean. Informal and mob violence. Tarring and feathering. Local militias and patriot groups frequently used mob tactics to intimidate outspoken loyalists. Suspects were stripped, covered in warm tar and feathers, and paraded through town. Oaths of allegiance. Citizens were forced to sign public oaths renouncing King George III and swearing loyalty to the revolutionary government. Refusing to sign often led to house arrest, loss of weapons, or physical violence. Execution for treason, rare. While state governments established treason laws carrying the death penalty, executions were surprisingly rare. Revolutionary juries were generally reluctant to hand down death sentences for ideological loyalty alone. Capital punishment was typically reserved for those caught acting as active spies, leading armed loyalist guerrilla units, or committing high treason directly on the battlefield. The 1783 Treaty of Paris, which formally ended the Revolutionary War, included clauses urging states to restore confiscated property to loyalists. However, most American states ignored these recommendations, leaving the overwhelming majority of displaced loyalists with no compensation.
I hope you have listened how even America implemented of law or to charge their own citizens under the terror movement, under their own law. Biafra concern is in Amazon. Before you start attacking this children declared, as you continue to attack, look for the law. Look for Biafra constitution, because all the talk madam one isi. Okwe for tara one appear. All kwada law ga appear the other, the law ga appear the other. The truth that you undermining today will come back to hurt you. Stop undermining this truth. The earlier the better for you. So you have had it clearly how America give their own citizens was punishment, everlasting punishment of that over 80,000 of the U.S. citizens, called citizens, flew away from their territory because of what? Fighting against what? Declaration of United States of America. They are fighting against Declaration of America. Because of fighting against it, that is why they have this punishment. That is why they have this punishment, and that as they run away from their territory, they never come back. The government take over all their belongings. And today, you are here fighting against you declared, undermining this truth and this legal document under all international law. We're talking about the Vienna Convention, Geneva Convention, Montevideo Convention, and the UN Charter and all the articles, despite their corruption or how corrupt they are. I am warning you. This message is for you. For the last time, I'm going to play it again, so you will hear it by yourself. And if you doubt me, type on your phone, even if you can find it on YouTube, what was the punishment that the U.S. give to those saboteurs that undermined or never want U.S. to become a nation? Read it from yourself, and you will know. But after today's program, you may understand, if you have a sincere heart and your mind, your spirit is still working, why you must accept your own nation, why you must stop the brouhaha that you are doing to the social media, why you must focus on the truth and the reality. When men and women undermine the truth will come at last, cause them a very big had I know. The had I know lead you to the place they call that ignorance of the law is never an excuse. I am warning you, and I am telling you that is attacking USB declared, USB charger, USB this and that. Listen for last time again.
Those who opposed the Declaration of Independence and supported the British Crown were known as Loyalists or Tories. They made up roughly 15 to 20% of the American colonial population. Rather than widespread executions, American patriot authorities and local militias relied heavily on financial, civil, and social punishments. Property confiscation and financial penalties. Confiscation Act. State legislatures passed laws allowing local governments to seize land, homes, businesses, and personal possessions belonging to loyalists. These properties were auctioned off to fund the Revolutionary Army and support state budgets. Double or triple taxes. Loyalists were subjected to punitive tax rates, often required to pay double or triple what patriot citizens paid. Loss of legal protections. Courts stripped loyalists of civil rights, making it illegal for them to sue for unpaid debts, practice law or medicine, or run for public office. Banishment and forced exile. Expulsion. Many states enacted laws banishing prominent loyalists. If they returned without permission, they faced immediate imprisonment or execution. Mass migration. An estimated 60,000 to 80,000 loyalists fled North America during and after the war. resettling in Canada, Great Britain, or British colonies in the Caribbean. Informal and mob violence, tarring and feathering. Local militias and patriot groups frequently used mob tactics to intimidate outspoken loyalists. Suspects were stripped, covered in warm tar and feathers, and paraded through town. Oaths of allegiance. Citizens were forced to sign public oaths renouncing King George III and swearing loyalty to the revolutionary government. Refusing to sign often led to house arrest, loss of weapons, or physical violence. Execution for treason, rare. While state governments established treason laws carrying the death penalty, executions were surprisingly rare. Revolutionary juries were generally reluctant to hand down death sentences for ideological loyalty alone. Capital punishment was typically reserved for those caught acting as active spies, leading armed loyalist guerrilla units, or committing high treason directly on the battlefield. The 1783 Treaty of Paris, which formally ended the Revolutionary War, included clauses urging states to restore confiscated property to loyalists. However, most American states ignored these recommendations.
Are you hearing? They ignore the declaration, like the way
compensation.
You are today. Solomon Nkwacha and all of them, Shomo Okoma, Bryce Okoma, all of them is undermining this you declared. You are doing yourself more harm than good. And Biafra Constitution must do his work at all time. And had I know, we fool your body at last. And for you to run out of Hadaino, that is why I'm here this evening to remind you all this bitter truth that you don't want to listen. When we talk about it, you call it all kinds of names and use caricature. You are caricaturing yourself. Because what you don't know is bigger than you. What you don't know is what bigger than you. That is why I am calling on you to do what? To support, to give your support to US declared, the only government you have, the only country you have. Because the people that undermine it for America, I hope you had it here, that even the law of terror was implemented because of them, that over 80,000 run away from their land. Do not say, I am not here to warn you, because by that time, you will check. So, my fellow Biafrans, please, I want you to know that the only one thing that we are waiting for is recognition of US declared, because the document has reached all appropriate authority and they are reading, nobody's rejecting it. So, continuously undermining this truth, the truth will later undermine you by yourself. And that time, you will ask yourself many questions that you may not find an answer. Now is time for the answer. Now is time for the question. On that, I welcome you once again on the second section of today's program. We want to ask Finland questions that took us direct to our headline: Finland use international declaration documents, free 3 government in exile leader, Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestina. These are the men. So listen to what I have to tell Finland this evening. Finland, this is our message to you. Now, listen to the same people that are putting Mars in Nnamdi in prison, charge him, and what they are saying with their own mouth. So, Finland, the same thing happened to Obatobia, Simon Ekpa Njoku. Today, they have been talking that Mazen Kanu is saying the truth and acting the right thing. The same thing on the Simon Ekpa Njoku. And Finland break history of what has never happened before. Finland has done it. But we shall see. So, my fellow Biafrans, we have some videos to play before I will play the audio, how Finland helped these 3 countries. That 3 of them form government in exile, like Simon Ekpa Njoku. So, if you are hearing the voice I want to play, I want you to let me know, please. If you are hearing the voice, I want you to let me know so I can be able to know that you are hearing the voice, please. It is very, very important because I want, as you are listening, so you can hear whatever I am doing here this wonderful evening. It is very, very imperative. So as I play this video, listen and pay attention.
I think whatever we want to do,
She goes there,
one of the
James.
things we have to shift
James, she
away
goes
from
there.
the
Can you hear
Nigerian
the voice?
is our allergy for truth and objectivity. We have created a nation based on lies. We have
Finland, I
forced
hope
people
you are
to
hearing.
hate their tribe to become Nigeria, and it doesn't work. And I said it once, the last thing. We're having this discussion, bad as Nnamdi Kanu is. Without Nnamdi Kanu, we won't be having the discussion we're having tonight.
Thank you very much. I've got 4 minutes. So 1 minute, one.
Finland, have you heard it from one Nigeria list? That's what happened here. That Nigeria has built on a foundation of lies. That Nigeria has built on a foundation of lies. Nze, please like my video on TikTok, please. I see you. So Nigeria has built on a what? On a country of what? Lies. That is how Nigeria is giving you forgery and lies documents. And after they give you the runaway, they could not be able to stand with you. And you are still holding Simon, but a good guy, the only prime minister of the newly declared nation, United States of Biafra prime minister is the one you are holding. And today, the enemies of the Biafran people has confirming that what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was saying or doing, that least Nigerian government went to Finland to kidnap and bring him back to Nigeria. That is true. And it's because of him they are here to talk. That is the area of this video. I really want Finland to listen. So Finland, please listen again.
I think whatever we want to do, one of the things we have to shift away from the Nigerian system is our allergy for truth and objectivity.
I hope, Finland, you are listening.
Based on lies. We have forced people to hate their tribes to become Nigeria, and it doesn't work. And I said it once.
Finland, they force us to become Nigeria. This is not Simon Ekpa. This is not. This is a core one Nigerialist is saying this, that people was being forced to stay under the name Nigeria. And for not only that they forced them, lies, deceits, and propagandas upon propagandas and forgery documents, forgery evidence, and everything about Nigeria is a pure lie. You can hear from one Nigeria. Finland, listen again.
I think whatever we want to do, one of the things we have to shift away from the Nigerian system is our allergy for truth and objectivity. We have created a nation based on lies. We have forced people to hate their tribes to become Nigeria, and it doesn't work. And I said it once, the last thing. We're having this discussion, bad as Nnamdi Kanu is. Without Nnamdi Kanu, we won't be having the discussion we're having tonight.
Thank you very much. I've got 4 minutes. So 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute to round up, starting with you, Dr. Ibrahim.
The people of this country believe in and want to engage in democratic processes. Our leaders are very skilled in dismantling the democracy that exists in our constitution. Moving forward, process is very important. Deepening democracy is central to the recovery of a sense of belonging, but above all, to running governance in the interest of the people of this country.
Mr. Offenman?
We must do what the Indians did. They created
Listen, Finland, I hope you are listening.
And what our Awolowo told us to do is crisscross those cultural geographies.
Are you
It's a
hearing
common
it?
morality, a common welfare policy, so that irrespective of where you live, irrespective of the ethnic group you belong to in Nigeria, no matter where you move to, you will get education for your children, employment, and old age pensions. It is possible. We have the means to do it. And I think we should stop pretending that you will not restructure. We will restructure.
Grace?
Yeah, moving forward, I think that we need to fight corruption because nothing will work except that is done. Who are those important generators that will not allow the factories to run? Why is it that a Dangote that has so much money will enjoy waiver and the common man in Aba cannot get waiver? How come that we will submit budget in September and will be passed in July? We must unmax those behind these total small, less than 0.5% running down this country. We should unmax them and expose them and we'll move on.
Professor Detained.
Cheta asked a question, short, medium, long term, what we can do. I tend to agree with them that we've got a problem with with jobs and skills, and that's driving a lot. And
A big fool.
I agree with much of what's been said here politically. I'll just list 3 things. First of all, I think we should remove strategy.
For restructuring. My panel, Professor Odinkalu, Celestine, Mr. Ofemun, and Dr. Ibrahim, thank you so much. My distinguished studio audience, I know many of you were not very happy at the time you had to speak. I do apologize. Unfortunately, there is not much we can do. Thank you so much.
Is indivisible, should remain together, only that the method in which Nigeria is run is wrong. Some of the people...
Finland, the method of Nigeria is wrong in everything. And we have said no, that we don't want to live under this by force nation, Finland. Is there a crime to say that I don't want to come to your house? That you should stay alone, and why you leave me alone? It is the time, so the time has come for all truth to come out. Finland, I am playing this video because of you, that is holding my Prime Minister Simon Ekpa Njoku. That is why I'm playing this video for you, so you will leave my Prime Minister for you to understand he is not the problem. Today, people are calling out to free. People are calling out to free Mas Simon Ekpa Njoku. Why the Nigerian government are there doing their shenanigans and think that the world don't know what is going on. And listen, I want us again to listen to this video. I will play some video to send a message to Finland before I will go and play the audio research proving how Finland has used, because of the document of declaration, to serve many countries in the past. And because in our own case, what is different between our own? That's why I asked them, what of Simon Ekpa Njoku? Listen to this.
Plans are going on within and outside Nigeria. Plans are going on. I'm seeing this meeting. It's a very serious meeting. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu release Martti Kanu so that you will have people that will join you to fight this fight. I've been saying this thing. I am not an evil man. Release Martti Kanu because military meeting in and outside Nigeria, serious meeting are going on. If you do not release this man, what will happen in this nation will shock you. What will happen in Nigeria will shock you. Martti Kanu is not the reason that Nigeria are going through security. Martti Kanu is not the reason Nigeria are suffering for hunger.
Finland, before it was Martti Kanu, is why Nigeria is suffering insecurity. Finland authority. Now they bring and told you that Nigeria is suffering insecurity because of Simon Ekpa Njoku. If it's no longer Martti Kanu and Simon is in prison and the insecurity is going to worst level, I wish that YouTube will permit us to play the kind of what is happening. So you can see that those evidence that was being submitted to you is not like Nigeria own, that was, it's all about lies. It's all about corrupt evidence. So let's continue.
Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not the reason of the killing of Nigeria. Release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because what is coming to us so wrong. It don't be good. If war come to us, I will not come my village. I'm giving this message now. I'm speaking as a prophet, not a politician, not a religious person, not a tribalistic person. I'm giving this prophecy. And all of you who are fighting against the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, make una get prepared though.
And you that are fighting against Simon release, get prepared. Because not awkward the same cause. This is the president, this is the prime minister. They are fighting for the same cause. So once I am playing this video to remind Finland what is coming to them. If it's coming to Nigeria, it's also coming to Finland that agreed because of what? That is the stop married a woman from the United Kingdom. That is why it's been sent by prison for the interest of the Britain or British or United Kingdom. We are calling on Finland to just do the needful before it's going to be suited for Finland, as the stop is destroying the honor, the dignity, the reputation, the peacemaking history of Finland, and everything that surrenders Finland was in a good template. As a stop that married a British or United Kingdom woman has come to break all this law. The same way that United Kingdom or British or Britain, the same way they destroy our own before they can be able to do the amalgamation of Nigeria in 1914. And this by forced marriage, we say no to that. Finland, listen to this.
We're talking now one by one. This is what I see in the spiritual realm. If you know what is good for you right now, Mr. President, I beg of you, you are a good man. This country will not scatter your hand. This country will not bend in your hand.
No, I disagree with you. Man can say that the Nigeria that Tinubu is going to be the last president of Nigeria. He's the last. So he must surely scatter. These are pure truth that we need to know at this stage.
A warning from God is a warning. I'm giving you this message so that you will not be in the house and you hear different news. If I tell you that I don't agree, when I will still there, I will say I will come to pass. I am Prophet Elijah. I'm from Edo State. If I tell you that something, not going to hear me. See, military are coming. This will not happen. They will help you. Release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Release him so that you will know the battle you are facing. Because right now, the battle you are fighting, now you don't know the battle you are fighting. You have different battles. So once you release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today, you will see tension will come down. Donald Trump is coming up. I'm joking. They are coming. And I want everyone that is going to watch this video to save it. Because you will later come back to this video. I've given this prophecy before. I want to repeat it again. I just came back from the prayer mountain yesterday. I've been on the prayer mountain since on Monday. The Lord said I should send this message straight to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I saw military taking over the Aso Rock. I am seeing military taking over the Aso Rock. I am seeing soldiers taking over the Aso Rock. I gave this message before. The message repeated itself again. Let it not be recorded that it was in the regime of Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu that military took over Aso Rock.
This is the same thing that we are sending this message to Finland also. Release Simon Ekpa Njoku before it's going to be too late for you. Now we are passing all the evidence and giving you all the message. As you undermining this truth will come back to hurt you. When men undermine the truth The truth will hurt them to their bone marrow.
And again, for some of you now for this particular interview with Barrister Darlington, listen to it before I see what I want to say.
How can you best respond with this kind of thing? Are you aware that this has gone viral all over the world? The sitting president of Nigeria, telling the whole world not to reveal his criminal records. What does that tell you?
That is those that Finland president is working for. This is the man that Finland president Stubb is working with to hold Simon Ekpa Njoku, to detain Biafrans, since they destroyed their businesses. As a Stubb of Finland, this is the man that we are working with. America is about to expose all his criminal activities of his government, including him, all his drug-pushing business. As a Stubb. Are you not hearing the Finland government or Finland citizens? Are you waiting there for this man to destroy your nation? That is why we are calling on Finland at this stage to know that time has come for them to free Simon Ekpa Njoku. Nigeria has run away from you, and they will never come back. We proceed. Odogwenugu, I see you. Linus, I see you. Chigozie, I see those in the comment section. I see Chris Biafran's son. I see James Chigozie. I see Friday. Thank you so much. I see Kenny. I see Innocent. I see Hugo Best. I see Divine. I see Ekwem, just my man. Ifan Stanley. Amadi Chigozie, and all of you on the comment section. Please, I greet all of you. Thanks so much for being here.
Do business with such a problem when they come to you and say, come and invest in my country. And you can see the person marketing Nigeria. You can see the person refusing investors to come into Nigeria. Do you even know what is going on here? This man will pay the money. Somebody from here said that over $2 million is involved in this just to stop somebody's record from being reviewed. People have a very good record. Will you be going through this route? And that is the same man who is ruling Nigeria. Now,
the U.S. is set to begin the drug trafficking case of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in less than 48 hours from now, which is on the 21st of August. They are set to open that case file.
Finland, are you here? That is the man that is giving you evidence that you are using against innocent good guys. Time on Ekpa Njoku. The Prime Minister.
The update from the Whistler says Trump, appointed prosecutor, moves to release Tinubu drug investigation files. When man U.S. get the time, if he lay on it, man. They give you enough time. When you least expected, how much just strike? Yes. The election is just about 5 to 6, 7 months from now. And then this is coming in.
And in Finland, we have also played a voice of those that had meeting with your prosecutor and your chief justice that are telling that you must, that they have nothing to use against Simon by pure evidence, but you must keep Simon Ekpa for Tinubu next election. And those that don't know about what will happen in the next 1 hour, they are waiting for this 2027 and asking Finland to keep Simon Ekpa Njoku because of what? Because of the 2027 election. Finland, remove yourself into this mess.
How are you sure that Tinubu will be in the ballot 2027? Hey, US, anyways, Tinubu is seeking for 10 days, senior 10 days. 10 days on Ajumakia. It is for what? We're going to find out. Now, the updates again from very Nigerian also said Tinubu seeks 10 days delay.
Are you hearing it?
Appointed prosecutor moves to release alleged drug investigation files. So Tinubu is begging for 10 days on Ajumakia, 10 days. Or go we prepare. Anyways, the update went on. The Trump team says it will not shield anyone from scrutiny over allegations of heroin trafficking involving Nigerian President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The statement from Von Batten, Montauk, York, LC, sharply contrasts the Trump administration with former President Joe Biden's Justice Department, accusing the Biden.
Finland, are you not hearing because of the oil?
Tied to allegation involving
Finland because of oil. That is why you are holding our prime
trafficking from Nigeria through
But the time has come for two to prevail.
Ibrahim and claims the leading DOG focused on pursuing Donald Trump's while fighting efforts to make the Tinubu-related record public. The firm praises President Trump, U.S. Attorney Jenny Pirro, and member of the Trump administration and Congress for supporting the release of the record. The allegation against Tinubu have not been established as a criminal conviction. Tinubu has denied wrongdoing. The statement says the Trump administration represents a change from the Biden era and promises greater transparency over record involving serious drug trafficking allegations.
That is the man that stopped Jews to work for. Will not leave you alone until you leave our prime minister for us.
So you cannot be a leader if you didn't untouchable under the watch of President Donald J. Trump. So over how many years can this case now linger? Trump will this year, at the peak of the election, and this is really going to affect the presidential and the Kano. Does this have to happen? This particular issue? This week, they are going to long. No wonder he's asking for 10 days. He's asking for 10 days. Anyways, it is going to begin on 21st, which is 48 hours from now. Today is 19th. So 20th, 21st. While Tinubu is demanding for 10 days, is it for him to prepare? I mean, think wide. You carry the man who has no offense, locked him up in prison in Sokoto, wasting and delaying his days there. Why? Come on. Thank God now, your own page now. We are going to see how they.
I hope that Finland government is listening to the message that's coming from Nigeria.
That's what we call
those that we are working for. How the world is.
You will not know where it's coming from.
How can investors come with this kind of thing? Are you aware that this thing has gone viral all over the world? The sitting president of Nigeria, telling the whole world not to reveal his criminal records. What does that tell you?
That is how they bring criminal concocted evidence in Finland.
You can see the person marketing
and give your female and male prosecutors to Simon Ekpa Njoku. Finland must run from this mental madness and this corruption that will destroy Finland.
To stop somebody's record from being reviewed. If Mr. Tinubu has a very good record, will he be going through this route? And that is the same man who is ruling Nigeria. Is that only the FBI? I hope you know. BS, enforcement agency. You can see the kind of character that is presiding over our affairs in Nigeria. Have you seen why things are not moving? Have you seen why Nigeria is where it is now? How can such a character represent good governance? Don't tell me. How? Can you put something on nothing? Can you put something on nothing and expect it to stand? The whole world should come to the aid of Nigeria. We are in a very big trouble in the hands of Tinubu. He has dealt with us in a manner unprecedented in the history of this country. Everything that is bad, everything that is obnoxious, everything that is illegal is what that man represents. Yes, he represents over our affairs.
So, Finland, can you hear from here that is the evidence they give to you is an illegal, it's a corrupt one, it's a forgery evidence. And that Malami who sent this evidence to you is also in prison. Finland government. As a stop, and the female and male prosecutor and chief justice in Finland on the appeal court, we are asking you, are you not seeing all this thing that is happening? The court in Finland should question as a stop for bringing you into this embarrassment, or even seeking a video and or a picture capturing your president sitting with the founder of terrorist organization, standing with the I6C, standing with all kinds of deadly organization that is going to attack Europe in the nearest future. And Simon is trying to stop it to happen. And you decide to be the instrument of darkness to cover the light. The light must shine, and the light will expose all the darkness out. That is why we're doing this. We want you to see not only this one, Finland government. Please see another video also. Sorry. I have another video for you. I have another one for you. Finland government. It's not ending here. After this video, then I will go into today's program fully. I have played two videos for you. The Finland government. our peaceful redeclaration of the United States of Biafra is the only way to achieve our own nation, and that is the only legal path. And on that legal path is where we stand, and we are fighting for what? For our own country. We lost 1967 to 1970. Finland government, please watch this video with me. Watch another video. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa Njoku fighting the same cause. Finland government, Finnish government, listen.
Nigeria has proven Nnamdi Kanu right at every point.
The same way they are proving Simon Ekpa right at every point.
I have no single argument against, not one single argument against the facts that have been adduced.
This is the one Nigeria leads to
against the Nigerian state. Not one. And if you press a little further, I am today convinced that Nnamdi Kanu was 110% correct in his assessment of Nigerian state, what ails it. He was correct. But today, he sat in a cell somewhere.
Okay. The same way Finland sat Simon Ekpa Njoku in cell in Finland, and the numerous murderers are moving around. Those are causing insecurity. Is the one that had their voice notice out there, how they are begging you, and you are caught, and you are male, female prosecutor, and male prosecutor, and chief justice to keep Simon Ekpa Njoku at least to 2027 because there is no evidence. And after you have had all this, you still allow it to grow. Okay, fine. We say we should go legal. The legal will also put you on a test that the world we know, that the Finland they know before, that not is the same Finland that they are seeing today, that a very bad president has entered. That is why things are going wrong in Finland. He is today bearing a witness against confessing about Martti Nnamdi Kanu that whatever he said was the right and the truth. The same thing Simon Ekpa Njoku is saying. I have played also in the beginning what is that Martti Nnamdi Kanu was saying. And that is what Simon Ekpa Njoku stands for. For us to have a very good country of our own. That is just their crime. And we are here to tell you, Finland, that you must do the needful before it is too late for you. With this opportunity of America proving that Nigeria president is not, he is a drug pusher, he's causing insecurity, he is sponsoring the ICC, the Boko Haram, the Lakurawa, and all of them. Is opportunity for you to say, no, with all this, why do you give me this evidence that whatever you give to me is a forgery evidence? Let him go. Is what we're waiting for. Finland government, listen to this man.
Are walking around free. That is vindication. The man is correct.
Okay.
Nigeria encourages madness. If it will not listen to rational voices, it became inevitable that more extreme voices will be spoken in the language that Nigeria understands. And of course, you've seen the rise of the Umezuruke of this world, that multiple persons who had traded on the grievances of Igbo to build separatist movements demanding separation from Nigeria. I've had multiple occasions to address separatist agitators, both in Igbo land, in Yoruba land, and elsewhere. There are reasons why separatist noises have not found ventilation or action in Nigeria.
Listen to Finland government. This is not, he's not a Biafran. But the truth must be told.
outside of the state and the multiple evils that the state has mollycoddled, the only other persons who have sought to keep dialogues in violence have been counter-revolutionary groups such as Boko Haram and the rest.
These are those that are buying people in Nigeria. These are those they use to issue insecurity. With the Southeast governors and all the Johannes Ndibos and the World Congress, they are the ones sponsoring it. And be tagging it on Simon Ekpa and Mazen Nandekan. You can hide from a well-meaning Nigeria, Dele, who is a full Nigerian, telling the world the truth in this 2026 that we are keeping Simon Ekpa Njoku in prison in Finland. What has never happened before in the history of Finland?
Who have genuine grievances now believe that you can use violence to achieve the goal. What you do is that you play into the hand of the system, which then delegitimizes your genuine grievances on account of the medium of expression. Let me be clear. Everything the oppressed does in pursuit of freedom will find no condemnation from, including violence. But I may not support it because I do not believe that it would achieve the goal. That is not me condemning it. So what you have found in this time is that in Igbo land, you've had persons trading off the grievance of the people to gain offices, to gain political patronage, to make money. And then you've also had persons who have genuine grievances, are not interested in trading off it, demand changes, but embraced the wrong methodologies in my own view. I may not be correct. Of course, they have the lies. No victor, no vanquished.
That is pure lies.
But is this true? The truth is that this is anything but. Igbos will point to the 20-pound policy and say that, oh, when we came out of the Civil War, regardless of what I had, all we got were 20 pounds. Awolowo was largely blamed for this. He was the economic minister. They will speak to the kwashokorization of Igbo children.
That is, listen to this particular aspect. Igbo kwashokras of the Igbos, those that survived the war, Simon was among them, Finland government. Simon Ekpa Njoku was among those Pachoka children that survived the Biafran war that Nigeria brought to us in our own threat. We only defend ourselves. The same way we still defend ourselves, that's what we was been since from over some years, defend not under illegality. Now we have come to defend ourselves under the legal part of it.
About how all is fair in war, quote unquote, and point to the weaponization of hunger. There are multiple responses to these things, but it's not my place to offer them this morning. But the only thing I want all of us to do is to keep in mind, is all indeed fair in war? The explanation that has been offered multiple times at least. Bank records have been destroyed, banks have been looted, but if you could prove that you have this money and the bank was not in the war zones, you will have access to your money. So the Igbo upper class were largely unaffected because they were largely dwelling in Lagos and life. Ekpa got his money. No victor, no vanquished. But you began to have abandoned property syndrome. In Port Harcourt, Igbo properties were expropriated. Persons who had had long-held grievances against the domination of Igbos acted vengefully, appropriated Igbo properties. In most parts of Nigeria, outside of the South, this didn't happen. I'm not suggesting that it didn't happen in some places that the properties were expropriated, but I am not sure I've heard of it outside of the South. But these things happened. and it continued to birth a lot of resentment within Nigeria. So it's a lie to say that there was no vanquish, no victor, no vanquish. Igbos were certainly vanquished, and they were not allowed to forget about it. For years, Igbos were not deemed fit to serve in the upper echelon of either the police or the army, or any of the armed forces for that matter. For years,
Finland, this is part of the things that triggered Simon Ekpa Njoku. And this is, listen to this part, Finland government, for you to know that you are holding an innocent man that's only fighting the way the white Finland fight to restore their own nation. That is all that Simon Ekpa Njoku is doing. Nothing more than that. So keeping him in prison is not going to stop, because there is 1,001 Simon out there. And you have destroyed the legacy that has been there before this present government of Finland enter office.
To the point where it is only the eastern region or the land of the Eagles that is left with only 5 states. Others have become 6, 7. The number of local governments have not been increased, and yet these local governments have become the center for sharing revenue. Land space was not a factor in revenue allocation prior to the restructuring of Nigeria since after the Civil War. Today, it is the basis for revenue allocation, and you can be sure that the region with the least number of local governments is the Southeast. The land of the Igbos have the least number of local governments, so systematically and structurally they are marginalized even in revenue allocation. You have a situation today where, whether we want to accept it or not, Igbos are deliberately excluded even from the presidency.
Finland, are you hearing it? They are now talking for us. And can this happen to you as a stop and your family members or in Finland and you accept it? Then why did you fight against Finland? Now the Nigerians are the one doing the intervention for Biafran. Why Simon Ekpa Njoku is on the right course? We are calling on Finland to do what? To do the needful. We are calling on Finland to do the needful. Let us continue.
In the years of Abacha or post-Abacha, Nigerians evolved a novel power sharing arrangement. We call it zoning. Power has been zoned to the south and to the west and to the north. The north has taken power and they've gone around. In 2023, it came back to the south. And by any rational deduction, it have gone in the Igbo presented a very, very good candidate. You know the story of what happened in that election. It is almost impossible to argue against the fact of Igbo exclusion when you listen to the rhetoric issuing forth from certain persons in the northern part of Nigeria and from Yoruba land. The reality is that the marginalization of Igbo is structured not necessarily because the Igbos have been excluded from power per se, but because Nigeria continues to suffer from a problem that I will speak to when I'm coming to the conclusion of this lecture. Nigeria has an Igbo problem. Keep that in mind.
And let us be, they refuse.
Nigeria.
Are you hearing the stuff? They don't want us. They have a problem that God created us for us to live in this side of the world. They have that problem. And we find our problem, for us to solve the problem, is for us to have our own nation. So they can be able to do their own thing while we are doing our own. And Finland, as of this 2026, you join hand to praise the Biafran cause that your forefathers supported, that we must be a free nation.
Also find that the land of the Igbos have become militarized. I have traveled extensively in Igbo.
Are you hearing it? That the land of Igbo, the land of the Biafrans, has been militarized by Nigerian government. Those that militarize the territory are the one causing insecurity, inciting the people that are living over there. But a man who stood up to serve his people, what do? To arrest him. And you sit on a seat, cross your leg, have a handshake, have a discussion with the founder of terrorists, Chetima. Let us stop with your government. After having that meeting, what comes out is the arrest of Simon Ekpa Njoku. Those that militarize our territory, what are they doing? Do you hear it from him, from Delhi? That Nigeria militarized the Igbophobia area, the areas, the territory of the Biafran people. And why there is no militarization in the north, where the Boko Haram are ravaging the territory, because they want to first capture the north, to come down to capture us, to Islamize us. And we say no to that. And you want to by force us to stay by colluding with the Nigerian government to do their job by arresting our prime minister, that the 12th president that left office before you did not do that because of what? He did not marry from the United Kingdom. You that married from the United Kingdom, join hands with the United Kingdom that never want us to leave because of own resources, and they give you the partial of it. They took them from it, and you are showing muzzle by holding Simon Ekpa Njoku.
The young lawyer, I used to be the one that will handle the cases for my law offices in the eastern part of Nigeria. It used to be that the youngest lawyer in the law office would do the groundwork. I used to be the one that would go to the east to handle cases for my office. And I traveled there. But more importantly, in recent times, I've had occasion to visit the east. I was a guest of the NBA Oka this year to deliver a lecture at their law week. I traveled to Enugu from Oka. And one of the things I saw very quickly was the acute militarization of the space.
Okay.
Multiple military checkpoints everywhere, and a culture of the people learning to fear security operatives.
Are you hearing it? Finland, are you hearing it?
People who are casually walking by, having to raise their hands even as they walk by.
Finland, only this alone has proved something to you. That Simon Ekpa Njoku is not the cause of insecurity, but rather he come to help to end insecurity for us to have our own nation. That is how to end it. Finland government, listen to the recent happening. Yes. Why Simon Ekpa Njoku is the good guy and why he's doing what he's doing. The only way to save his people. Finland, listen to this, another video I have for you again. This is the present happening in Finland. This is what we have been passing through. This is what Simon experienced. That is why he go to legal to form a government in exile. His case is case of government in exile, not just a case of organization. A prime minister, for that matter, the count of their population passes bigger than your own nation. You keep him in prison because you touch the test of the 0% of the oil they give to you.
The one who wants to see what is happening, they have been killing our youth for many years. So today, in Onitsha Head Bridge,
today,
one driver today, as we are driving. Okay, trader. Then what happened, please? Can you give us?
I don't know
exactly, but you heard that someone was shot. By who? Who shot
by
them?
police.
By the Nigerian police. So
these are those that are buying people in Nigeria. These will be facing many years.
You can see them naked.
Before Simon Ekpa Njoku.
Collect money, bribe. You can see them. You can see them.
From 2015,
because we deal with them.
it has been more than
You can see
this.
them. Every day they are collecting money from this very. Here is our Ogahe Bridge. Our people were shot on 30th of August, 2015.
Are you hearing the Finland government?
Biafrans were shot dead on
Okay.
this very place, Ogahe Bridge.
Yes, now.
They killed another person. You can see our men have blocked that bridge as we speak now. As we are talking, 10 to 1 more. So everywhere, no motor should be allowed to pass. So you can see what is happening.
This is what prompts Simon.
The police are trying to shoot.
Look at it.
The
Finland
are...
government.
No. A soldier here. Is it a soldier?
Finland, this is what triggered Simon Ekpa Njoku.
Nobody should be shot. Oh, no, happy. Stand up, you want to.
Finland, this is what triggered Simon Ekpa Njoku.
We want you to hide it. We want you to hide it today. Today is today. Man. Today is today. Today is today. I'm going to go down to the way. So today, we are going. Today.
After all this evidence,
today is today.
And it's everywhere. Finland, because of money of oil.
Totally
because of the stop marriage from marrying a United Kingdom woman. You want to help them to continue the Islamization of the Biafra. You want to help them to continue the conquest of the people. It's been long that I've been killing us.
I believe that today is today.
Please, if you are watching this program, I want you to, if you're on YouTube, please like and share the program, please. Finland government, can your citizens first this hand of your police and your military? Finland, can your citizens face this kind of thing from 2015 that we have been pious, that have been massacred us? Are you not seeing all the video from the International Amnesty, the real video, the truth, instead of concocted video they sent to you, and you decide to accept it because of what? You married, you want to protect interests of your in-laws, those that give you that to marry them, to marry their daughter, United Kingdom, those that has been buying the Biafran people, those that brought Islamization, those that brought all this insecurity that we are passing through today. They are the one who brought it. And you hold a man who come to serve his people, who come to protect his people, and you think that you will go scot-free. Finland government, listen to this video again. After the video, we will dive into today's program fully.
The one who wants to see what is happening, they have been killing our youth for many years. So today in Ahtisaari Bridge, they shot one driver today as we are. Okay, trader. Then what happened, please? Can you give us? I don't know exactly, but you heard that someone was shot. By who? Who shot them? By police. By Nigeria police. So this is what we have been facing for many years by the Nigeria criminal. You can see the Navy. Their work here is to collect money, bribe. You can see them. You can see them. Because we deal with them today. You can see them. Every day they are collecting money from this very. Here is our Ogahe Bridge. Our people were shot on 30th of August, 2015. Many Biafrans were shot dead on this very place, Ogahe Bridge. Today they killed another person. You can see our men have blocked that bridge as we speak now. As we are talking, 10 to 1 more. So everywhere, no motor should be allowed to pass. So you can see what is happening. So it's like the police are trying to shoot. The police are. No. A soldier here. Is it a soldier? No. Nobody should be shot. Oh, no, happy. Stand up, you want to. Today. You see on the bridge is totally blocked.
Is this Simon give them order?
Bridge is totally shut down.
Finland, is this Simon? Is he Mazenand Khan? It's just from 2015, just of recent.
I believe that today
not from the beginning of this matter when it started happening. So we are calling on Finland to watch all these videos and also see that Simon Ekpa Njoku is only fighting like that man who led Finland to fight against Russia for you to have your own freedom. That is what Simon Ekpa Njoku represents and what he's doing at this time around. So you holding Simon Ekpa Njoku is disgracing yourself. You are bringing disgrace in the upon that name called Finland that has a good name in the world. And the stop has come to destroy this. You have come to destroy it because of you married your wife, Suzanne, from the United Kingdom, and you are protecting the interests of the United Kingdom, not the interests of your own, not the honor, not the dignity, not the name that has been built before you emerged to the office, March 2024. The past president who was there before you enter did not arrest Simon Ekpa Njoku, but as you enter, because we have an agreement that if you can arrest Simon, we're going to sponsor you, we're going to do it possible for you to become the president of Finland. And that's what happened. And you are today showcasing it. And also your wife is a big lawyer in Finland that are using, that the government is using through Bienkono and Dushechokukan to Adadio Aramma. And those enemies that are around Simon Ekpa, giving a fake hug to my Simon Ekpa Njoku. After my position about tie, of what that tie of Simon represent, all of them has started putting ties, has started putting the same tie. After my exposition about that tie on the neck of Simon Ekpa Njoku, you see all of you have been watching my program. All of you have been watching my program. After explaining what that tie means, all of you start wearing the same color of tie. But you know that you are disgracing yourself because that tie on Simon Ekpa's neck is on a mission, not the same thing with you. All of you was not wearing that tie before. After I'm watching all of you these days. After that past 1 week exposition I made about this, as this case started, what that tie is all about, what that tie represents. All of you now, the fake people, are wearing the same tie with Simon Ekpa Njoku. Criminals. Mad people everywhere. So on that note, we are going straight to today's program. If you're watching me, we are going to deeply on today's program. Why I'm here today. That is what I'm going to show you, to prove my headline to you. And we are asking Finland, why are you keeping Simon Ekpa Njoku in prison? And this is things that you have been doing in the past. This is the things that you, Finland government, has been doing in the past. How you have helped many government in exile leaders release them and made them to have their own nation. But when it comes to the case of the Biafran people, the only thing you can do is to arrest, instead of you to play the same rule that you have been playing from time immemorial. So we, as the people of Biafra, want to remind you, maybe if you have forgotten the rule that all your past presidents played when it's come to this issue of the Biafran, or when it's come to issue of the legal party through a government in exile, how you, Finland, has used a declaration document paper to release leaders that was fighting and there was in prison. How you Finland free all of them and made them to have their own nation, and use the document of declaration to restore their nation. That is why we are here. So before I proceed to that, I want to refresh your mind that this message is for those who are saboteurs that are fighting against usually declared. Listen to the treatment or the punishment that your mighty US give to their citizens that was against their declaration 1776, when how America becomes a nation. So I want you to listen to this. As after playing it, I will not explain it. I will go straight to today's program. So please listen to this.
Those who opposed the Declaration of Independence and supported the British Crown were known as loyalists.
Those that are
They made up roughly 15 to 20% of the American colonial population.
Like
Rather than widespread executions, American patriot authorities and local militias relied heavily on financial, civil, and social punishments. Property confiscation and financial penalties. Confiscation Act. State legislatures passed laws allowing local governments to seize land, homes, businesses, and personal possessions belonging to loyalists. These properties were auctioned off to fund the Revolutionary Army and support state budgets. Double or triple taxes. Loyalists were subjected to punitive tax rates, often required to pay double or triple what patriot citizens paid. Loss of legal protections. Courts stripped loyalists of civil rights, making it illegal for them to sue for unpaid debts, practice law or medicine, or run for public office. Banishment and forced exile. Expulsion. Many states enacted laws banishing prominent loyalists. If they returned without permission, they faced immediate imprisonment or execution. Mass migration. An estimated 60,000 to 80,000 loyalists fled North America during and after the war, resettling in Canada, Great Britain, or British colonies in the Caribbean. Informal and mob violence. Tarring and feathering. Local militias and patriot groups frequently used mob tactics to intimidate outspoken loyalists. Suspects were stripped, covered in warm tar and feathers, and paraded through town. Oaths of allegiance. Citizens were forced to sign public oaths renouncing King George III and swearing loyalty to the revolutionary government. Refusing to sign often led to house arrest, loss of weapons, or physical violence. Execution for treason, rare. While state governments established treason laws carrying the death penalty, executions were surprisingly rare. Revolutionary juries were generally reluctant to hand down death sentences for ideological loyalty alone. Capital punishment was typically reserved for those caught acting as active spies, leading armed loyalist guerrilla units, or committing high treason directly on the battlefield. The 1783 Treaty of Paris, which formally ended the Revolutionary War, included clauses urging states to restore confiscated property to loyalists. However, most American states ignored these recommendations, leaving the overwhelming majority of displaced loyalists with no compensation.
I hope you listen to this. If you like, doubt it. If you like, continue your madness. How America give their own people, over 80,000 flew away into Caribbean. And that is where they reside, that they never come back. If they come back, they will face sanction, they will face life imprisonment. That is how America treated rebels, saboteurs, that was against the declaration of US, where all these old fools, even those IPOB organizations, even Christy Wong, that never knew that America issued declaration 1776. And look at the punishment. The Biafran constitution is already there waiting for you. So continue your madness. So on that, the first session of today's program has ended as we are moving into the second section of the program. I welcome all of you back to the program once again. So this is session 2 of today's program that we are going into, and we want to prove to Finland how Finland has used international declaration document, free 3 government in exile leader, Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestina. I hope you know about these 3 countries. Now we are going to go into their history. When their leaders was arrested, and these leaders was the one that formed government in exile, but there was no there. There was in prison. The second in command, the third in command took over and they restore or issue the declaration of their nation, that the declaration of their nation through a legal document is the only way to achieve it after the Second World War. So we are going to find out this evening, how do they achieve it? And what is the rule of this Finland that arrested our prime minister? Why do they fight for all this when he was in prison as the leader? About Obie is after Nandi Kanu was being kidnapped. He lead the people of Biafra. And he lead us on a legal path. He did what? He lead us on the legal path by first of foremost the transition from the organization to the pure organization that are the organization of the government in exile, which is the language of all international community, because you have your language. Your language speaks about government in exile that issued a peaceful redeclaration or declaration of a lost nation. So let us see how you help these 3 countries and why you refuse to help Biafran people. Why you arrested Obatobi, Simon Ekpa Njoku? Because of what? That the president, that the current president of Finland married a woman from Britain, from the United Kingdom. That is why. So, my fellow Biafran, like I said, I welcome you for this second program of today. I hope you are going to be here as we proceed. I want you also to know why US declared is the only way and the only legal government we have to restore our nation. Chibos, I see you. Ken Nachuku, I see you. Thank you. Florence, I see you. Felix Obi, I see you. Thank you so much. Nyangos, I see you. Azubike, thank you. Thank you. Chukuma, I see you. Thank you so much. Christ, I see you. Tedius, I see you. Linus, I see. I have called many of you before. So please welcome to the second session of this program. I hope you are going to be here for us to go through this particular place. This another mind-blowing you need to hear this evening. For you to know that Finland has compromised, but in this case, they will disgrace themselves as they are disgracing themselves because those that give them the job has leave them and run away. I want you to see how the world addressed the document of declaration and how this has helped these 3 leaders and helped them to restore their nation. Listen.
To understand how Finland used legal declarations and international frameworks to secure the release of political leaders in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestine, it helps to examine the specific international legal mechanisms and declaration documents applied in each case. Finland did not act unilaterally or outside international law. Instead, Finnish mediators, most notably former Finnish President and Nobel Peace Laureate Martti Ahtisaari, used binding United Nations Security Council, UNSC, declarations, peace proposals, and international conventions as legal leverage to compel detaining powers to release political leaders and recognize their authorities. 1. Namibia, enforcing UN Resolution 435 and political amnesty. The detained leader, Andimba Herman Toivo, SWAPO co-founder, was imprisoned on Robben Island by South Africa under apartheid-era security legislation. The legal declaration document, UN Security Council
the legal declaration declaration what? Document that we had that people are undermining and doing their charade in Finland. Before I further more, I want to ask this question. If Obatoobie comes out, what are you going to do and you have achieved since he was arrested and keep in prison? If Mazen Kano comes out today, what are you going to hand over to him? That is what you have achieved since over all these years that he was there. You want him to come out to start from where he stopped. Are you not useless by mentioning Brigi at all in your mouth?
Resolution 435, 1978. How Finland used the document to release him. Appointed as the UN Special Representative for Namibia, Finnish diplomat Martti Ahtisaari led the United Nations Transition Assistance Group, UNTAG. Resolution 435 contained a mandatory legal declaration requiring a universal amnesty for all political prisoners and exiles before elections could take place. Ahtisaari conditioned South Africa's international legitimacy on full compliance with Resolution 435. This forced South Africa to release Toivo and allow exiled SWAPO leaders to safely return to Namibia. The released leaders subsequently formed Namibia's Constituent Assembly, authored the national constitution, and gained full UN recognition upon independence in 1990. 2. Kosovo, the Ahtisaari Plan and ending house arrest. The detained leader, Ibrahim Rugova, president of the parallel Republic of Kosova, who was placed under armed house arrest in Pristina by Yugoslav Serbian security forces in 1999. The legal declaration documents, the 1999 Rambouillet Accord Declaration, UN Security Council Resolution 1244, and the subsequent comprehensive proposal for the Kosovo status settlement, the Ahtisaari Plan. How Finland used the documents to release him. During the 1999 conflict, Finnish diplomats used international peace negotiations in Belgrade to make Rugova's freedom of movement a legal prerequisite for diplomatic engagement. Facing international isolation under UN mandates, Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic was forced to lift Rugova's house arrest and grant him safe passage to Italy. Later, as UN Special Envoy, Martti Ahtisaari authored the Ahtisaari Plan. This document laid out the explicit legal framework for Kosovo's 2008 Declaration of Independence, ensuring Kosovo achieved broad international recognition while adopting Ahtisaari's constitutional protections. 3. Palestine, the Geneva Convention and EU diplomatic declarations. The besieged leader, Yasser Arafat, chairman of the PLO and president of the Palestinian National Authority, who was confined under military siege in his Ramallah compound, the Muqatta, by Israeli forces between 2001 and 2004. The legal declaration documents, the Declaration on the Fourth Geneva Convention, 2001, and multilateral EU Council foreign policy declarations. How Finland used the documents to protect him. During the siege, demands were made to arrest, deport, or strip Arafat of his legal standing. Finland, operating within the European Union foreign policy framework, invoked the Fourth Geneva Convention and the 1993 Oslo Accords framework. These legal declarations classified Arafat as the official, internationally recognized representative of the Palestinian people. Finnish diplomats and EU envoys maintained direct physical and diplomatic access to Arafat inside the compound. By upholding the legal validity of EU declarations on Palestinian leadership, Finland and European allies blocked efforts to extrajudicially deport him, preserving the PLO's international status. Summary matrix: country, leader affected, key declaration, legal document. How the document achieved freedom and recognition. Namibia. Andimba Herman Toivo, UN Resolution 435. Mandated universal political amnesty enforced by Finnish-led UNTAG, freeing prisoners from Robben Island to form a recognized state. Kosovo. Ibrahim Rugova, UN Resolution 1244 and Ahtisaari Plan, used UN peace frameworks to lift Serbian house arrest, followed by Ahtisaari's plan guiding the 2008 Declaration of Independence. Palestine. Yasser Arafat, Declaration on Fourth Geneva Convention, applied EU-UN diplomatic declarations to prevent extrajudicial deportation, preserving the legal authority of the Palestinian government.
I hope you are listening and paying deep attention to what we are doing. This is the Finland, the rest of Obatoobie. These three leaders, Namibia, Kosovo, Palestina, they all form what? Government in exile. Under the government in exile, there was arrested, put in prison. Those that was outside, those the cabinet member that understand what it takes to achieve what the leader is looking for and the aim or the objective of their leader did what? They continue to move forward and they issue what? Declaration. I hope you're hearing it here. Now, you are hearing how the declaration document that Robert Obi said, until we generate this document, that we tell this document that we are all making noise social media. Honestly, I was looking for that video. I couldn't find it again before this program. So please, if you have that video, if you're on my WhatsApp group, please contact me. I want that video, please. When Robert Obi said that until we achieve this declaration document, that is when we will stop making noise. So anyone who, even in Finland, and he did not believe in this declaration document, he's making noise. And as you can see, without this legal document, which document? The legal declaration that bears the signature of the Biafran people under US declared. Without this document in your hand, you are just a noisemaker. That is who you are. That is what Robert Obi called you. So hugging you in Finland does not mean anything. Even Judas hugged Jesus Christ and still sabotage him. And those who always hug someone have ulterior motive and their evil agenda. I hope you are following on this second session of the program of today. And we have shown Finland videos, and now we have come back to what they are from the 13th to the first president of Finland, the ideology of making peace, being a mediator, being peace, using peacekeeping to achieve everything. But this man that break the history of Finland by marrying a woman from the United Kingdom has break every law. This law just break. There is difference that you break a law and put it on more than the good position, but this law was, or this Finland history was on a good one. He has brought destruction and damage to the history of Finland. One, he broke the law of going out there to marry somebody who is not from the Finland, Sweden, or Norway. He went all the way to the United Kingdom. That those I call all the time scammers. So listen again before we go into our deep analysis. Listen again.
To understand how Finland used legal declarations and international frameworks to secure the release of political leaders in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestine, it helps.
Now, let us be analyzed once and for all. To understand how Finland used legal declaration, is that our declaration in Finland is legal and the international framework to secure the release of political leaders in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestina. How they use what? How they pass government of Finland use what? Listen to that word. To understand how Finland used legal declaration document and the international framework to secure the release of a political leader in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestina. I want you to capture the word, the legal declaration document. Remember, as you are capturing this part, now I want you to also capture in the area of what? The legal declaration. The legal redeclaration of the US redeclared is also the reason why Simon Ekpa Njoku remains in Finland. If our DPM did not stood up did not roar like a lion, like Esther of our time, like the Abba warriors, women warriors. If she did not, Obato Obie will never be in Finland. And by now, I don't know that he's going to still be alive. So those who are hugging 20 times, 50 times in Finland, and the undermining the truth first from Obato Obie, that told all of us that until we generate this document and have this document, that is how we stop making noise. But without this document that we are making noise, like on the IPOB, in the 1 million men march, which is not how to achieve a lost nation or even to achieve a new one. That what makes what we are doing is what? The legal redeclaration or the legal declaration of a loss or a new one, and using all international framework to secure the release of the leader. You see, if Obato Obie is out today, the legal document of usually declared is also the reason why he's out there. He's going to come out. Because the leader of Namibia was released because of the legal document of when he was inside. Those he kept outside, those cabinet governments in exile, issued the declaration of Namibia as a nation. The same thing happened in Kosovo. The same thing happened in Palestine. And these three leaders was released because of what? The legal document that comes in the body of the law of the Geneva Convention, Montevideo Convention, Vienna Convention, and UN Charter, and all the protocols amended. All of them was very, very important. And that is only legal part to restore a lost nation. This is the only legal part that the world knows. This is how to restore. And this is how you come to the terms of the legal part. To use all international languages and their laws, their treaties, and their charters to make it up. And because of that, our DPM, Agumwan, the doctor, Ngozi Arabeze, stood up and issued this peaceful redeclaration of our lost nation, and generated that document Obato Obie was pushing to have to achieve for us. That is why Obato Obie in Finland. So if you are thanking anybody today in Finland, you must thank the person who made it that Obato Obie is remaining in Finland today. Happen to be the road that our DPM told on 29th November 2024. That is the main day. That is how we have achieved the legal documents of our new Christian nation, rebranded with the name and titled United State of Biafra as our own nation. This is where we are. This is the reason why Obato Obie is in Finland. I hope you heard how they address this word. What did they said? To understand how Finland used legal declaration or redeclaration documents and international framework to secure the release of a political leader in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestine. They form all for these three through government in exile. If we follow 2 to 3 days program where I mentioned where all of them reside in exile, Palestine reside in exile in Africa, Algeria, and Tunisia. Namibia reside in exile in Angola, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. That is where they're in exile. The same thing with Kosovo, in exile also. And there are the current present 2022 or 2020, the present one that issued the declaration that the office of the ICJ said, yes, it's the legal part to restore a nation in this 21st century. Darlington, my brother, I can see you in the comment section. Please, thanks so much for joining us. We want to ask you to like our program so many people can join us more. Thank you so much, brother. If you're watching from TikTok, please like by tapping the stream or the screen of your phone. That is how you like the program. It doesn't remove anything from your internet, don't remove anything from you or from your data or money in your account. No. It's how you are telling people to come more to join us. Please endeavor to do that. Endeavor to do that. Let us proceed. It helps to examine the specific international law, mechanism, and declaration documents applied in each case. In any of these cases, they apply what? They apply declaration document. They apply what? Declaration document in each of these three cases. That I pick only these three to emphasize on it, to tell Finland, to ask Finland government, is it your country? Are they the one that did this in the past? Are they the one that use this legal framework of the government in exile that issued declaration or redeclared?
Helps to examine the specific international legal mechanisms and declaration documents applied in each case. Finland did not act unilaterally or outside international law. Instead, Finnish mediators, most notably former Finnish President and Nobel Peace Laureate Martti Ahtisaari, used binding United Nations Security Council, UNSC, declarations, peace proposals.
Are you listening to that? That is why whenever you see me, I'm happy, because I understand what our DPM has given to us. The legal part that we are into. That not just a legal part, that is a legal part under all international law. That is why Dr. Masanga is using voice every blessed day. He knew the backup. That Biafra has been redeclared. He is not the one to come and pronounce it from his mouth, but he's doing his legal job. But he knew that under this, he has a very big backup. Finland did not actually authorize or outside international law. They never acted under outside international law. Instead, Finnish government, most notable former Finnish president and the Nobel Peace Martti Ahtisaari, used building United Nations Security Council, UNSC declaration. What? Declaration. Now, under what? Under the UN. Charter and article and some branches of it that describe a full government in exile. And that is what happened. What is going on here. This is how these leaders was what released. As Finland did not act, they here say they went through legal part. That is why we are asking them. That when it's come to true legal part, Finland did not suppose to arrest our prime minister in the first place. Finland has no right to arrest him. Finland could have been the one to protect Obatobia, Simon Ekpa Njoku. But because of the oil money, today Finland has destroyed their dignity because of the Nigerian government. If you have been applying all this international law, we are going to see how Obatobia case is going to be if it's not under the international, because under the local law of Finnish government, he committed no crime. Under the international law, he also do not commit any crime. Under the law of the human right of self-determination, guides him up. And because of he is the prime minister of United States of Biafra that was redeclared in your country. The money that the Biafran people have invested in your country, is it terrorist money? Why do you accept terrorist money? In the hotel reservation, the day of the peaceful declaration in Helsinki, why do you accept the money, Finland government? So you are telling us that over 1,500 Biafrans that gathered peacefully in Helsinki, that they are terrorist people. If that wasn't enough, on that day in Helsinki, Finland, that is where we are finally, that we have been here to maintain our own nation. Whether like it or not. Because of what? There is a legal declaration document. There is what? A legal declaration document that is guiding every Biafrans and everything that we are going to do at this stage as we are getting it right.
And international conventions as legal leverage to compel detaining powers to release political leaders and recognize their authorities. 1. Namibia, enforcing UN Resolution 435 and political amnesty. The detained leader, Andimba Herman Toivo, SWAPO co-founder, was imprisoned on Robben Island by South Africa under apartheid-era security legislation. The legal declaration document.
I hope you are listening. I don't know if someone is there, what I'm doing here this evening. I don't know whether you are happy to hear from the outside world that what we have on our hand is a legal document. Which document is that? The redeclaration of United States of Biafra. I don't know if anybody is following and you are happy to hear the truth. Why USB is on the legal part. How to restore our own nation. Because everything that we are doing now is under legal. If Namibia can go to this legal for 30 good years and achieve it, we will not waste time to achieve our own. That is a pure truth. Number one, the Namibia enforcing UN Resolution 4035 and political amnesty. Because the time Namibia next South Africa by the sponsoring of the Finland government. The detained leader, Andimba Herman Toivo, the leader of SWAPO co-founder, was imprisoned on the Robben Island by South Africa under the apartheid-era security problems that are happening then in South Africa and in the territory of Namibia under this apartheid regime. The world decided to recognize SWAPO. Why? They are the first that issue the declaration of Namibia. That is what they said is first come, first collect, first serve. So if like let's again carry the automobile mechanic government in exile of Ogen Grants and Aparawa, let them form whatever they want to form. Biafrans know the truth. So are you coming to understand this particular? It gives me joy. And also to clarify what Obatobi told us that until we generate the legal document, that without this document that we are all making noise, after that the noise will cease everywhere. I hope we are making little common sense this evening to you to understand that you declare is the only way for us. So let's proceed. The legal declaration document. The what? The legal declaration document. The legal redeclaration document. First word, UN Security Council Resolution 435, 1978. 1978. And what happened there? On this, the declaration, look, I want you to get it straight with is the legal declaration document. That's why I said USB is legal. Why every other group is illegality? Now, also, do you see the reason why you must be proud that you are a full citizen of United States of Biafran under the that have issued this peaceful declaration? Appointment as the UN Special Representative for Namibia, Finnish diplomat Martti Ahtisaari led the UN Nations Transition Assessment Group, NUTAG, Resolution 435 mandatory legal declaration requirements and universal amnesty of all political prisoners and exile before election could take place. It is very important to ask those that are making noise, where is your documentation? Where is the legal document you have? It's not about who first started chaos, it's about he who laughed last that laughed the best. This is the areas that are very, very important in what we are doing for you to always take your mind into it. What Obatobie told us? That without the declaration document, that we are making noise. So if you are in Finland today, and you are not on the side of this declaration document that will be handed over to Obatobie, Simon Ekpa Njoku, you were a disgrace to yourself, and for those that you are deceiving, head of the same feather must flock together. Under this law of the resolution of the 19th of the 435 of the UN Charter that is being used for a full government in exile, to understand everything when it's dirty. So, to understand everything, once it appears on what? The declaration or declared document, you are legal. You are what? Legal. The declaration document, legal. The legal declaration document that Obatobie was pushing for. My question to all these criminals hovering around in Finland, my question to you is this: if Obatobie comes out today, what are you going to hand over to him as the effort you have put in the movement? You must answer the question. If you're IPOB member, if Master can come out tomorrow and you claim he's IPOB, may so be it for him. But only one person is the Biafra does not belong to Master Nandekan, to Simon or to Ngozi Orabeze. I hope he knows this is our own nation, that we have to join hands to make a better place. That is where we are. Through what? Through the legal declaration document. Now, the first resolution is the UN Security Council Resolution 435 in bracket of 1978 as amended. These are the areas that need to be boiling in your heart. Why you must stand firm without checking mind, without having doubt of mind, believing in you as be declared. How Finland used the document of the legal declaration to release him, the leader of the SWAPO, that was in prison when his men, the ladies and the men issue a declaration of Namibia as a nation. He embraced the declaration and also everything that follows it up. Appointments as the UN Special Representative for Namibia, Finnish diplomatic Ahtisaari led the United Nations Transition Assessment Group UNTAG. Resolution 435 continued mandatory legal declaration requirements, universal amnesty for all political prisoners and exile before election could take place. What are we getting from here? What we are getting from here, one, is to establish that you that standing in USB, you are standing on the legal path and the right side as the only way to restore Biafra as a nation. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you feel. It doesn't matter how good grammar you blow. But if you are not on this legal path, sorry for yourself. Because you are a noisemaker. Because of what? You are just a noisemaker in the social media. I want to play from the beginning again so you can listen carefully before I go into section 2. Listen.
To understand how Finland used legal declarations and international frameworks to secure the release of political leaders in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestine, it helps to examine the specific international legal mechanisms and declaration documents applied in each case. Finland did not act unilaterally or outside international law.
Are you hearing it?
Instead, Finnish mediators...
Today, Finland, are you acting under international law? Are you acting outside international law? Finland, under the president of the stop and the wife that she is a born, this woman was born with Islamization on her mind. That is why the intimidation, that is why she wants to use her position and the conduct was given birth to her to oppress our prime Simon Ekpa Njoku. Under Finland, under the stop, what has never happened in the history of Finland, two things has happened, and these two things must destroy the stop and the wife. Because of what? We are fighting a just cause, our rights. And you think you can deny it us because you have color white. It's not going to happen.
Most notably, former Finnish president and Nobel Peace Laureate Martti Ahtisaari used binding United Nations Security Council (UNSC) declarations, peace proposals, and international conventions as legal leverage to compel detaining powers to release political leaders and recognize their authorities. 1. Namibia, enforcing UN Resolution 435 and political amnesty. The detained leader, Andimba Herman Toivo, SWAPO co-founder, was imprisoned on Robben Island by South Africa under apartheid-era security legislation. The legal declaration document, UN Security Council Resolution 435, 1978. How Finland used the document to release him, appointed as the UN Special Representative for Namibia.
Remember what? How Finland used the document to release him. Finland, we have issued the redeclaration of our lost nation in your country. And we have all our documents. You release the leader of Namibia with what? Finland used the declaration document to release him. Release Abatobie, because USB has issued that official redeclaration of our lost nation that is only the legal document that gives outright all international community the power, the right to organize us as a nation that is under external remedial secession, proving the right of the people that feel oppressed. That is where we are today. And you, that is a stand, your wife, and the female and the male prosecutor, We want you to look at this, your history, and the law that has been implemented before you become a prosecutor. All this has been there before you. Your former president filed for all exile leaders that was in prison, and he made sure that he freed all of them. He freed up to 17 leaders. This Finland government freed all of them. They give us the three that you can quickly remember. And look at how there was this because of what? Because of those outside generates the international legal declaration document that made the Biafran people under USB that we are no longer making noise and we are no longer under illegal way of restoring Biafra as a nation, but rather we are on the legal part of both the local law and the all international laws. I am not the one that is saying it. And it's not Ngozi Arabueze or the cabinet member. But this is the pure legal part. How to restore this our nation, US really declared. And how the world can answer us. Because until these leaders was arrested and those that was outside was be able to issue the declaration, and because of the declaration has happened, those countries and all these countries use this legal signature or signatory documents like the one Ojukwu, like the one Mazi Odogwenugu, our sister Flora Kubilo, Mommy Margaret. These are those I know went to Finland. They all signed this document. That's what I told BS said, until we generate this document, that is when we'll stop making noise. And that document has been generated, and you are making noise. Finland, you must do the needful. All eyes on you. Obato Obie to the world, US to the world, like it or not, the Prime Minister of the people of USB. The same way the leader of Namibia was the Prime Minister or the leader of the SWAPO that achieved declaration and issued all peaceful declaration that leads to the document that even Finland, all the way from Europe, traveled down to Africa, went to Angola's and Angola and Tanzania and Zimbabwe to help people of Namibia to achieve their country by even dragging the South Africa and all this to the UN. The peacekeeping work. And what happened? The resolution has happened. Now, Ahtisaari condemns South Africa international legitimacy on full complies with the resolution 435. This forced South Africa to release Toivo and allow exiled SWAPO leader to safely return to Namibia to be on the day of their election, and he became the first president of Namibia. Now, because of what? What gives Finland encourage to do that or the power to do that? There is a legal declaration document. I want you to understand the importance of what happened in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland, on November the 29th, 2024. That is the day that we have generated this legal document that Namibia generated in their own time, that Kosovo did their own time, and the Palestinians out of Israel, that Finland did all this. And today, Finland has forgotten about all this, And they would, what they could be able to do is to attack my prime minister, arrest him, put him in prison, and he's coming to appeal court, where he's going to destroy all of you with the name of Chukwu Okabiama. He will, and he's already winning. Now, he has beat Nigeria almost 12-0. Nigeria did not win anyone, as we are expecting he's coming out very soon. Despite all the audio video that has leaked out, how you trying to do what? Nigeria trying to tell Finland that they must keep Simon Ekpa Njoku to continue. I see. Thank you so much, Azoka. I see you. Thank you so much, all of you in the comment section. Thank you. So let us continue. Now, Finland fought after the full declaration of Namibia. They fought South Africa until there is this leader who was imprisoned in Robben Island through the time of the apartheid regime. Namibia, the leader was released through the all effort fully that comes from the Finland. The released leader subsequently formed Namibia Constitutional Assembly, authorized the national constitution, and engaged for UN solution upon independence in 1990. You see what happened in Finland. You see what Finland did to people of Namibia. Remember that Namibia was in exile, and in the same way that Nigeria, in fact, not the same way that Mazakana was being kidnapped, put in prison, that the same way that South Africa arrested this leader, put him in prison. Who bring him out? What was the first step that leads for him to come outside? The first step was what? The declaration legal document. I said what? The declaration legal document was first step that is when Finland laid their hand on the legal part. And they said, let's go and release him with all the UN charter on this resolution of 435 that gives the right on 1978 for Finland to continue on their peacekeeping, to make sure that everything is in order. Before I proceed, I want Finland the audio that has leaked out, that is making headway. So I will play that the same audio before I continue, so that Finland will know that we, the Biafran people, understand what is going on, and the evil of Finland has been exposed by those they had meeting with, as they are mentioning them. It's not a child's play. It's not a child's play. Let me see if I can find that video where I kept it, because I said I will play it today. Hold on, I want to look for that video. Okay, listen to this.
My
brother, how are you?
Based on attitude,
based on the question you ask us. Basra Biafra.
I just want a meeting.
A meeting on Wednesday
with my colleague.
With the colleagues
from the southeast, with the presidency.
From those in the northern area. They now call the prosecutor and the male prosecutor in Finland.
Because we are following up.
Say they were following up on this case. With the presidents are following up with the southeast
politicians. Because
they do not have any much upper hand to hold Simon Ekpa Njoku. That they do not have what? Any upper hand to hold him. Let's continue.
On that very meeting,
he was there.
And those that handle the case
of Simon Ekpa explain to them they do not have any much thing to hold Simon Ekpa. Are you hearing it? We now told them that no matter what coming, what happened,
they must not
let
Simon Ekpa
be released. Are you hearing
it? They must do anything that they know they can do to see that
To
Simon
do-
Ekpa is being
He's been
detained
detained
back in the prison.
in the prison.
And I make sure
They must make sure
na keep Simon
they
Ekpa
keep Simon Ekpa. At least
2027
2027
election.
election will pass before they
So
release
my
him.
brother Eba
This is where they are right now.
fingers across.
Fingers are crossed. No
We are
evidence.
hoping that
And
we are
Finland
going to
has
do
built
their
themselves so
job
low
because
to discover this kind of people. They promised us they will do anything possible
and
to
they
keep
will do
Simon
their
Ekpa Njoku in prison.
to see that.
But came and
Nwanne
came
m
and
nwoke
caused.
Kimere,
And
anọ
you
na
who knows everything, all of you will cry. And that is when I said that truth will make all of you Lord. And when you are crying, no more water in your eyes. And when you want to drink water, the water will turn to blood. Because of what? All of you are by the blood of innocent Biafran so much. So this is the plan. This is what is going on. As I am doing this position about Finland, have helped about 3 governments in exile to achieve their nation. Now, let us go back to the program again. Let us go back to the program. Okay, let's continue.
To understand how Finland used legal declarations and international frameworks to secure the release of political leaders in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestine, it helps to examine the specific international legal mechanisms and declaration documents applied in each case. Finland did not act unilaterally or outside international law. Instead, Finnish mediators, most notably former Finnish President and Nobel Peace Laureate Martti Ahtisaari, used binding United Nations Security Council, UNSC, declarations, peace proposals, and international conventions as legal leverage to compel detaining powers to release political leaders and recognize their authorities. 1. Namibia, enforcing UN Resolution 435 and political amnesty. The detained leader, Andimba Herman Toivo, SWAPO co-founder, was imprisoned on Robben Island by South Africa under apartheid-era security legislation. The legal declaration document, UN Security Council Resolution 435, 1978. How Finland used the document to release him. Appointed as the UN Special Representative for Namibia, Finnish diplomat Martti Ahtisaari led the United Nations Transition Assistance Group, UNTAG. Resolution 435 contained a mandatory legal declaration requiring a universal amnesty for all political prisoners and exiles before elections could take place. Ahtisaari conditioned South Africa's international legitimacy on full compliance with Resolution 435. This forced South Africa to release Toivo and allow exiled SWAPO leaders to safely return to Namibia. The released leaders subsequently formed Namibia's Constituent Assembly, authored the national constitution, and gained full UN recognition upon independence in 1990. 2. Kosovo, the Ahtisaari Plan and ending house arrest. The detained leader, Ibrahim Rugova, president of the parallel Republic of Kosovo, who was placed under armed house arrest in Pristina by Yugoslav Serbian security forces in 1999.
Are you hearing it?
The league.
Who arrested the Kosovo leader? Yugoslavia president. Him under house arrest. Not even in prison. They put him under house. Who freed him? Finland.
Declaration documents. The 1999.
Because of what? They had it again. Declaration what document? I told you that Obatobie is in Finland because of the declaration document. If not for that, Finland we could have now forgot about laying course on Finland. Why Obatobie would not be? Because if anything happens to Obatobie, touch his leg on Nigeria, it's over. But Chukokabia PM the strength, the wisdom to stood up and issue the declaration. There are these 3 declarations that serve Simon Ekpa Njoku through the document. Look at how this document served the leader of Kosovo. Let's proceed.
The Accord Declaration, UN Security Council Resolution 1244, and the subsequent comprehensive proposal for the Kosovo status settlement, the Ahtisaari Plan. How Finland used the documents to release him. During the 1999 conflict, Finnish diplomats used international peace negotiations in Belgrade to make Rugova's freedom of movement for diplomatic engagement. Facing international isolation under UN mandates, Yugoslav President was forced to lift Rugova's house arrest and grant him safe passage to Italy. Later, as UN Special Envoy, Martti Ahtisaari authored the Ahtisaari Plan. This document laid out the explicit legal framework for Kosovo's 2008 Declaration of Independence, ensuring Kosovo achieved broad international recognition while adopting Ahtisaari's constitutional protections. 3. Palestine.
I hope you listen to this session too, how the words based on the declaration document, that is what gives Finland the right. That is the legal document they can use to free this leader. There is no other legal document. There is no other way around. But you can see that the only one thing that freed these leaders that was been arrested and put in prison, those in the house arrest through the hands of the oppressor, was released because of there is a legal document. The name of the legal document is Declaration or Redeclared, and under the UN resolution 435, go there and find out, you saboteur. This making mockery of yourself in the eyes of all international community as they are watching you, yourself, and there is no one that have issued declaration with and the enemies around them. So our own case can never be under one. The Ahtisaari plan Ibrahim Rugova, president of the Republic of Kosovo, was arrested in Palestina by Yugoslavia, Serbia, and security force in 1999. Where? In 1999. 1999. In 1999, the Biafra movement has, and today Kosovo is a country. 9. Those who started the movement of Biafra, did they issue redeclared of our lost nation? They don't know about it until time comes when Chukwu Okafie has bring those who understand this law of how to restore a nation. That is the reason why immediately Mazdan cannot grab and see this man who know what it takes to restore election, to restore. He grabbed him and follow him. That is why it is very, very important. You see what it means to have a legal document. Please, I ask you, if you are watching from YouTube, somehow under attack is coming, just touch the emoji love, please. That is all I ask you. Touch the emoji love, because the attack is coming back again. So once you touch it, they will free us to know what we are doing. It is very, very important that you, as a Biafran, understand the truth and also knew what has been given us over all these years. That's that rope they tie that we don't know how to achieve Biafra as a nation, that our prime Minister Simon Ekpa Njoku lose and or tie all. That is why today the world is talking about Biafra like never before. The legal declaration document, the 1999 Accord Declaration UN Security Council Resolution 1244, you see that when it's come to every country, they have their number of resolution to UN Security Council. And the subsequent comprehensive proposal from the Kosovo status settlement, the Ahtisaari plan, how Finland used the declaration document to release the leader of Kosovo. During the 1999 conflict, Finnish diplomats used international peace negotiation in bid to make freedom of movement as a legal precedent for diplomatic engagement. One, they use what? The legal part. What is this legal part? The legal part is only what? The declaration document. Let me ask you today, do you believe in the declaration document? If you believe in it, put it on the comment section, and also you want to know that you are not making noise. But if you never believe in this declaration document, you are making, and what Finland did to those that, what America did to those, it. As you continuously attacking the legal way that is holding us over all these years, now that we have come to the real legal part, then nobody will stop us. You see why this legal part is very important. You see, I ask this question to everyone who is watching me. Do you believe this legal document? Do you believe in that? Did you believe in the legal document? What is the legal document? The declaration, the redeclaration of United States of Biafra that took place in Helsinki, Latvia, Finland. That is the legal document. That is what? That is the legal what? Document. If God has answered Namibia and all these countries because of legal document, it must surely answer us. And do you know why that Chukwu Okabia must surely answer us? Because he's the one who give up the direction of the legal document by peaceful redeclaration of our lost nation. That is Chukwu Okabia for us. Try to end the massacre, the kidnapping, the unlawful arrest, throw into prison anyhow, arrest somebody in Anambra State, take him to all the way to the north. Because of what? He's a Biafran that went out to do protest on what he believed. These are the things that has happened in this world. Well, the time that we are into is that time that we are on the legal path. It's only Florence answered, yes, I believed in USB redeclaration document. What gives us mouth to talk today? What gives us right to come out? What gives us every right that we are looking in this world? And those things that we are lacking behind is only this, under this usually declared, is how we have come back to not to lack it, and we have come back to be on the legal path. We are no longer on the illegality. And you see that everything that Finland did to Kosovo is because of what? The declaration document. I hope you had it here. It's because of what? the declaration document or redeclaration, there is no two ways about how we will achieve our nation. You see why this legal path was the only best way and the most easiest way. They say that the soft way to achieve a lost country is not by referendum, waiting for you, that it is easiest, that the soft way is when a government in exile have issued the legal declaration, which is the where you know the document that you present to the world that I am a nation that are seeking for international recognition. You know, honestly, one of our two BS said, it's now I begin to believe that what you don't know is bigger than you. And people are still standing for protest. Why the world say that protest is not a legal way and nobody has used protest to restore a lost nation, like our own case, or to be a Biafran? The time we are into is time to face the legal part. The time we are into is the best time. We have trigon and bullets. It did not work. Now is the time to try the legal part. If the legal part is taking permission or you know that thing, I hope you're going to stand. If this legal part is going to take us some time, are you still going to stand to defend this legal part? It is very important that you might ask yourself that question. Facing international isolation under UN mandate, Yugoslavia President Slobodan Milošević was forced to lift Rugova house arrest and grant him safe passage to Italy. When the leader of Kosovo was released under the pressure that is coming from the Finland, though, that he must release him, and they went through normal proceeding. So look at how this declaration. Do you see what Batubia was doing everything to be there on the day of the redeclaration? Because he understands the quality of the legal part of how to restore our lost nation. He understands it clearly. And what makes it what gives him a clear clue to this is all these laws that has been there and all the history. That's why they said when you are acting under lack of history, lack of the knowledge of history, you will be acting very stupidly in the eyes of the law. And because of you are acting stupidly in the eyes of the law, it is not the ignorance of the law is never an excuse in the eyes of the law. Later, as UN especially invoke Ahtisaari, authorized the Ahtisaari plan, the document laid out the exact legal framework for Kosovo in the year what of yesterday, 2008, 2000 of yesterday, they issued what? Declaration of Independence. Issue what? Their declaration. Now what happened? Ensuring Kosovo achieved border international while adopting Ahtisaari constitutional protocol of accepting peace at all time, not knocking woto. Not what? Not knocking woto. Not men on ground like the criminal that are parading themselves around, claiming they know nothing. And this is the law that guides every nation. And the 2008, the declaration of Kosovo of independence took place. They issued declaration. That is how Kosovo become a country that UN helped them to achieve recognition. You and do what? Help them to do tertiary recognition. I want to play from 1 to 2 again before we go into the number 3 of today's program.
To understand how Finland used legal declarations and international frameworks to secure the release of political leaders in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestine, it helps to examine the specific international legal mechanisms and declaration documents applied in each case. Finland did not act unilaterally or outside international law. Instead,
Finland
Finnish
today,
mediators,
in the
most
case of
notably
Simon
former Finnish
Ekpa
President
Njoku,
and
are you
Nobel
still
Peace
using
Laureate
international law? Finland, in the case of Simon Ekpa Njoku, in the quest to restore a lost nation through government in exile that you have been helping through or you have helped through already, then what has changed hand? What happened to Simon Ekpa Njoku to give the same treatment that your former government has been giving to all other governments? I am asking you. I am asking this question, Finland. Finland government, I am asking you this question. Okay, I know the answer. The answer is because of the Finland government married from the United Kingdom, British or Britain. That is where the wife came. That is why he is protecting the interests of the in-laws. Those that gave a stop wife or married their daughter, ask what you will do is arrest someone for us. That is okay. We must continue. Because of what? Chukwuka Abiyama, who live in heaven, has managed that Biafra should be restored. That is where we are. That is what Obatobi told you and I, Kuro one-on-one, that until we have this document, until we generated the document of what? Our peaceful declaration. Obatobi understand how Finland have used this to help many countries. That is why he was calling Finland to do the needful. And Finland refused because of the oil money. But that oil has come to disgrace Finland until they do the needful.
Martti Ahtisaari used binding United Nations Security Council, UNSC, declarations, peace proposals, and international conventions as legal leverage to compel detaining powers to release political leaders and recognize their authorities. 1. Namibia, enforcing UN Resolution 435 and political amnesty. The detained leader, Andimba Herman Toivo, SWAPO co-founder, was imprisoned on Robben Island by South Africa under apartheid-era security legislation. The legal declaration document, UN Security Council Resolution 435, 1978. How Finland used the document to release him. Appointed as the UN Special Representative for Namibia, Finnish diplomat Martti Ahtisaari led the United Nations Transition Assistance Group, UNTAG. Resolution 435 contained a mandatory legal declaration requiring a universal amnesty for all political prisoners and exiles before elections could take place. Ahtisaari conditioned South Africa's international legitimacy on full compliance with Resolution 435. This forced South Africa to release Toivo and allow exiled SWAPO leaders to safely return to Namibia. The released leaders subsequently formed Namibia's Constituent Assembly, authored the national constitution, and gained full UN recognition upon independence in 1990. 2. Kosovo, the Ahtisaari Plan and ending house arrest. The detained leader, Ibrahim Rugova, president of the parallel Republic of Kosova, who was placed under armed house arrest in Pristina by Yugoslav Serbian security forces in 1999. The legal declaration documents, the 1999 Rambouillet Accord Declaration, UN Security Council Resolution 1244, and the subsequent comprehensive proposal for the Kosovo status settlement, the Ahtisaari Plan. How Finland used the documents to release him. During the 1999 conflict, Finnish diplomats used international peace negotiations in Belgrade to make Rugova's freedom of movement a legal prerequisite for diplomatic engagement. Facing international isolation under UN mandates, Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic was forced to lift Rugova's house arrest and grant him safe passage to Italy. Later, as UN Special Envoy, Martti Ahtisaari authored the Ahtisaari Plan. This document laid out the explicit legal framework for Kosovo's 2008 Declaration of Independence, ensuring Kosovo achieved broad international recognition while adopting Ahtisaari's constitutional protections. 3. Palestine.
Now, there's something I want to understand from here. There's something I want us to pick up from here. Now, let us come fully to the case of our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa Njoku. if tomorrow Finland want to do anyhow, you see this legal passage. Is the other thing they will say, okay, Simon, you are we don't want you. We will never hand you over to Nigeria. We give you a passage to find another country to stay. That is what ended under international law. So nothing is happening. Those who are waiting for Simon to come back in Nigeria, you were a big moron. Because you no follow incident, you don't research about anything, you don't listen. That is why you think that in this world that Finland will give Simon Ekpa Njoku. Even as the stupidity of level of Nigeria is, they thought it will happen. Do you know about the legal passage? The legal passage is when you give a leader of a government in exile that I don't want you to remain in my country. I just want you to leave. And the Finland cannot pass Simon Ekpa Njoku to because EU and all this, that is when you will see the backup laws, no matter what happened. That is why Finland refused to do that. Nigeria are trying. Then, but that's why our DPM and the Masanga and all the allies who are supporting USB, their effort is top-notch. That is why Nigeria is running for this. But this matter of Simon Ekpa Njoku will disgrace Nigeria upon that Mahasana can already be disgraced Nigeria enough. The time has come to prove to this racist man called an Astor that wife that is trying to protect the interest will bring disgrace to Finland through under her own wash. It will happen. So let us see the last part of it. If you want to join me on this program as we are running, there is a comment section. You will see my link on comment section. You can join the program. You can interact as we are moving under what I am discussing this evening. If you want to join us, you can. And also, if you can also bring up what's happening in Finland. I know you have heard it from our Martti brother, Martti Kai, or on too many platforms. All of us will not do the same thing.
The Geneva Convention and EU diplomatic declarations. The besieged leader, Yasser Arafat, chairman of the PLO and president of the Palestinian National Authority, who was confined under military siege in his Ramallah compound, the Muqatta, by Israeli forces between 2001 and 2004. The legal declaration documents the Declaration on the Fourth Geneva Convention, 2001, a multilateral EU Council foreign policy declaration.
Listen.
How Finland used the documents to protect him. During the siege, demands were made to arrest.
How Finland used what? The declaration document to protect him. Now is the time to Finland to use US declared to protect Simon Ekpa Njoku. Now, not later, now. Because you are former president, they understand all this. And the rule of law.
Support or strip Arafat of his legal standing. Finland, operating within the European Union foreign policy framework, invoked the Fourth Geneva Convention and the 1993 Oslo Accord framework. These legal declarations classified Arafat as the official, internationally recognized representative of the Palestinian people. Finnish diplomats and EU envoys maintained direct physical and diplomatic access to Arafat inside the compound. By upholding the legal validity of EU declarations on Palestinian leadership, Finland and European allies blocked efforts to extrajudicially deport him, preserving the PLO's international status. Summary matrix country, leader affected.
I hope you listen for 3 countries. This present Finland, their name in the past is very good. Under to maintain, to be a mediator, peacekeeping, to encourage people, to advise people, to fight for leaders or women in exile that was being kept in prison for some years. This is their job. The question is, what has changed hand? The question is, what has changed hand? Why are they acting this way? Yes, I say let us interact on what I'm doing this evening. Please focus on this. Forget name calling, praising someone. Let us focus on Finland. Let them apply the rules they applied in place of Namibia, Kosovo, Palestina, on the case of Simon Ekpa Njoku. Despite that, the wife is another big problem. But Chukwu Okabiama is bigger than her. So I welcome you, Dochuku. Please have the mic. Thank you so much for coming.
God bless you this evening from Biafra land.
Thank you so much. He said.
God bless you. You are doing a good job. It's not easy. As nobody is paying you, that's how they are not paying Masanga. And they still do the godly work. And God will bless that man so much. God will give him eternal life, in fact. He must reach the kingdom. Let this man remember that Samson, woman killed Samson.
Exactly.
Woman killed Samson. And what do they call it? Delilah is his name. You know, this Finland that is holding our Master Simon Ekpa. Let Alexander Stoff know that Jezebel was doing the worst work. And now he married from jihadis, ISIS, Boko Haram land. Let him not allow women to spoil the reputation of Finland, because they have been doing it, while Simon Ekpa feel free that he is safe for their hand. Now they want to kill that guy. I mean, buy him like that.
They will never.
So let him remember, it's there that Ngozi Orabeze redeclare Biafra, that the whole world now is seeing it clearly. Let Alexander Stoff not allow woman, the Philistines woman, to finish his reputation. The good that they have been doing in Africa. One country now that is remaining to be announced is just want to destroy his name on this earth, because one good turn results for another. Biafrans are on decks, kneeling down upon the earth, calling upon God, because I know that God has never failed us before. Let him remember the war that we fight for.
That's something I'm saying.
No,
go on.
No problem. On. Let him remember the war we fought for 3 years, which Nigeria was thinking that the war will end for a 1 week time, that we will have nothing to go with. They fought for 3 good years. That one supposed have been not. That is telling him now that these people that we are doing something is the children of God. We are not Islamic. Look at, if you go online, see what is happening. See what is happening in Nigeria today. Count all these people that they are buying all over Nigeria, up and down. Now, if it is Simon Ekpa that is killing them, that is buying them.
That is my question, yeah.
Is so Simon Ekpa that is buying all these people that are buying now in this country, Nigeria? Me, I have let him use God mind as they did it before. Let him follow the ancient fathers that have been doing it, because it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for them to come out from Russia.
Hands off for Russia, yeah.
Let him think how they came out from Russia. Even Simon Ekpa helped them for coming out from Russia. But now, he's oppressing the hand that feed him too. Anyway, no problem. But we know that the vengeance is for God. We can't take the vengeance for ourselves. But we know that with God, all things are possible. That woman that is holding him inside that place, Finland, let him remember that. Let him remember the handwriting on the wall. Let him remember the handwriting on the wall, because everything that they are doing about Biafrans is just leaking from one way to the other, from this place to the other. You eat the money come out. That small money, that's little money that they give to them, is not the money that they will be enjoying from Biafra land till he reach the day Christ will come on this earth. Let him remember that British give us Bible and give Fulani, Boko Haram, Islamic bomb and the gun to kill us. But still, God is still keeping us. For more than 100 years now, they are still milking us till today. Let him check. If it is their own country, somebody will be coming to milk their mineral resources like that, whether they will allow them to take it. If they couldn't allow Russia to be collecting what is in their land, would they remain there as they are today? The name that they are answering today, will the world hear it? Let us allow Biafra to go. It's time for we to go. And no man born from woman will shut it, so that it will not lead him himself to agony. I plead him, this is the last chance, so that he will still be our good friend tomorrow, and he will gain more than this bribe that Nigeria is paying them. We don't want Maazi Simon to stay there till Nigerian voting day. We are not going to take it from him, because if he try it, that is where his career, he has killed his career on this earth. Because anything that he's doing now will affect his career on earth. We affect his children. We affect everybody in that land. Because I am not joining every Finland, because him is the one that the wife is using to bring Biafra, make Biafra cry. Because when our tears fall on the ground, God hears. Let him not allow our tears to reach ground. We are begging him. We are begging him. We are begging him this time around. Let him use that tactics that others use. Allow the Africans to go. Other states, other countries that went on their own. Let him allow us like that. Let us get our freedom. So that heaven will rejoice with him, and they rejoice with us too. Because this time, there will be no... We have got the boon by his horn. And everything that they are doing is opening, leaking, like... Let him use what is happening, know that this thing is too strong, because the people that he's doing something with, they are stronger than him. When one hand is pointing, when he's pointing somebody one hand, let him remember that the four-finger hand is pointing upon himself, because the four-finger hands now is pointing on him. Let him release our PM. The time has come. They redeclare Biafra in Finland, and he was a signatory that day. if I'm not making mistake. His signature is there. The war signatory is there, and that is our power now. And nobody is going to take it from us because this is the time. They have taken our resources for more than let me say 90 years now or 80 years since this creation called Nigeria, this marriage that they marry us since 1960 till now, 1960 something till now, from 1914 till now, 1814. They know it very, very well till now, that they are still eating what is coming out from this particular Biafra land, not in any other place. Nigeria get in what they call not. They have gold. No, the gold is not reflecting in Nigerian resources. They have uranium. Let them remember that they are the one collecting it with China till this date. Let them remember. Let them remember. They are doing this thing to human being. We have human right. As they have human rights, living their life as they are very clean. That is how we supposed to have it, because the human right, is it not for everyone in the whole world? Is it for some people only? Let him come and leave our PM so that we will be able to secure our land. They are buying us too much. It's getting too much. It's getting out of hand. We can't sleep. We are sleeping in one eye in the house. We are sleeping in one eye. Let him hear the voice of Masanga. Dr. Masanga is, nobody bribed that man. Let him allow Africa to go now. What have we done to the world that they don't want to allow us to go? What have we done to them? Let them please us to go. Let them allow Africa to go. Look at children in Africa, how they all, the kind of resources that is in Africa is booming. Who are taking it is them. When they can't, when they born child, they will sit the child down for him to walk up. We have owed to be on our own. We have extraordinary owed since the war started. This is when Biafra started. Let them allow us to rest, to enjoy what God bless us with. Let them allow us to enjoy what God. This our land is blessed. Let them allow us to enjoy our land and leave our prime minister to come and defend the people that are buying our brothers. He arrests Simon Ekpa. It's not up to 3 days. They finish us in Enugu and Ebonyi. After 3 days, they buy more than 200 people in Enugu. The same thing in Ebonyi State. The same thing in Anambra. Every day they are buying us. What have we done to this earth? Our coming for earth, is it a crime for God to keep us in this side of the world? Is it a crime that God keep us in this side of the earth? Are we not human beings? Up in the bush, they doesn't in Europe there. They have, you can't kill animal anyhow. You can't kill snake. You can't kill anything that they keep. That is animal. But look at how they are buying men and the women, raping, as if we have nobody on this earth. Let them look upon God, oh. Let them look upon God. Because the thing is getting out of hand. I use the Almighty God beg Finland to release our PM this week. From this week to next week, let him release our Prime Minister. Let him release that man for us. That man is one man in 1,000, if not more than 1,000. That man is one man more than 1,000. And because of them arresting, putting that man in jail, make Nigeria said, why would Finland find way to jail? I think Rufai was saying it then. How can Finland, the jail Master Simon Ekpa, they know Nigeria cannot even be able to jail Nandekalo? It's because of Simon Ekpa make Nigeria jail Master Nandekalo. Let them remember what they are doing to us. Oh. Let them remember, oh. We are human beings. Oh. We are human beings in this land. We are not animals. We are not ants that anybody will take anyhow they like. Please, I beg Finland. I beg the lawyers of Finland, the son and all of them there, to release the innocent soul that did not do anything. The person that his hand is neat, clean. He has a good record in Finland. Let them remember that man record in Finland, because he has not removed any gun from from anybody's body. They have not tried it. He has not tried it. Self-defense is not sin. Self-defense is not sin. If self-defense is sin, let them come and show us where a person will stay in his house, somebody come and bomb him. And the person see way to run out from the bomb and still say bomb will kill the person or fire the person. I beg Finland this night in Biafra land. I beg Finland. My knee is on ground, begging Finland to release our Prime Minister. Release innocent soul that did not do anything because of your common bribe, because of common money. For you to collect oil for 6 years or 10 years is not when you release innocent soul that they want to buy without nothing. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in Sokoto because of freedom. They are not begging for any other thing. No. For them to stay as America have freedom, Germany have freedom, China have freedom, India have freedom. Let them take British come and take their cloth that is remaining in Nigeria, take it and keep for their house. Let us be on our own now. The marriage of we and this, is it not okay? Let them come and collect their cloth and their pillow now. Let us be on our own now. Is it crime for we to go? Is you cannot in their own house? Let them remember that they give us Bible, give Fulani herdsmen gun to come and buy us. Let them remember. Let them remember that they keep more than 1 million people here. 2 million people here in short, because the accounting is rubbish counting in this country that we are into. The whole world know that we are Christian throughout. As we are staying in the house on Mondays in Biafra land, that is how this place used to be in Sabbath day and in the Sunday day when people are going to church. You can't buy anything. You can't see any store that is open to buy things during the church hour. It's only in this land that on Sundays, you can't see anybody. Everybody's in the church. Even companies will close their work. Let them leave us to rest. If it is the mineral resources, let them come and take and give us our freedom. Let them come and take it. If we will sign it, let them come and take it. Take it. Let us just be free only. But let them come and take the oil. Let us stay. Do our business. We can feed ourselves. Even till now. During the war, after war, Nigeria my father lost all he has in Port Harcourt. Both the land my father bought in Port Harcourt, they give my father 20 naira. The property is everything condemned. That man came out empty-handed from River State to my village. Still, it's not enough for them to see all these kind of things. Whether it is good for humanity. The slave never expire. They want to still slave us till Christ come. I be the Christ no go come again. The war now like that. I be to cut the whole population, everybody. Let it be few people that is in the war. Did they want to try unpopulate the whole world? They want to decrease population for the whole world. They want to decrease it so that it will be only few people that will remain.
That was their plan, and that is what Brigade is piloting.
So they want to just decrease the whole population of the earth. Let only them remain for the earth. Kai. What evil man is doing will reflect on him. Let them remember the wages of sin that they wrote. That the wicked man must surely be punished, whether he like it or not. Let them live wicked life. Allow us to rest. This is the time that God has signed it. And anybody coming to stop it, I'm not sure that the person will be alive. Maybe the person he will be unalive. He cannot stop it because this is movement of army of God. Army of God has come because Mazen Nandikalu said it, that this is where Christ is coming, because you know that we worship him. This is land that worship God, and that is why it's like this today. Let them allow us to stay. Let them allow us to stay. Let us have our freedom. They have freedom all over Europe, all over Asia. They have freedom. Without what Lebanon are doing to Israel, Israel will not fight them, Hamas. If you stay inside your house, me, I stay inside my flat, will anybody come to another person's flat to disturb him? When you want to disturb another person into his flat, which means you are looking for trouble. Let them allow us now for our flat where God give us. Are they God? Without Biafra, the whole world cannot stay again. Because they are making us to think otherwise. Or to look as if the whole world is against one nation. Please. What are they calling that guy that is holding Mars himself?
Stop.
Alexander Stuff. I be waiting what they are calling him. I call you this night. Use your tongue, count your teeth, fast, before it will be too late. This is the only opportunity you have to remove your head from the devil's hand. Because that hand that we are seeing now is like monkey hand. It's not looking like human hand. Remove your hand very, very fast so that we will see human hand upon Finland. Alexander Stuff, don't spoil Finland name, reputation. It's a new state that they create that people rely on. Remember that you come out from Russia. I think Russia. You come out from Russia. Why do you want to praise people that want to have freedom? Abi, do you want your own to seize? Do you want to be in jail throughout your life? One day, the money that Nigeria gives to you will leak. Oh. Remember, it is coming to that kind of level now. It will leak, and you will go jail for that money. If care not seriously taken, you must go to jail because of the money you collected from Nigeria, from jihadis, ISIS, Boko Haram. When I see how people is behaving, it look like nobody, everybody on earth, are they vampire? Is the world vampire? Alexander Stuff, I call you. Please leave us to go. Marzi, please let me see. Give them something, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. That is a wonderful one. We are doing this program to remind and understand the history of Finland and what Finland made up of, that he is trying to destroy the law, and he should not allow what the wife and their former country is doing to destroy Finland. The consequences will be heavy on him. That is why we are calling on him to remember this, their history. I see Mommy Happy in the midst of us. Please, good evening and welcome to the program. Have the mic before Udochukwu will return.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on Udochukwu's lamentation. I call it Udochukwu lamentation. With one word, self-interest. Udochukwu, you can lament from here to tomorrow. After all, is it not your political leaders that went meeting with Finland that the audio leak? My brother, is that audio real?
Yes, for real.
Okay. So that audio that you say, do they want to continue enslaving us? They cannot enslave you in the air or as a spirit. They are enslaving you as a human being. To continue to enslave you. So it's all about self-interest. The gas that Europe is falling, Russia is dealing with them. So far, they are looking for alternative. This would have brought a lot of money to African country. This gas now, especially to us, if our nation. But because the people there have decided to remain a slave, and they are putting all of us into it, even though we are fighting and doing all we can to resist. Our own elders, our own politicians, our own elites are the ones selling us. Because only near there now meeting. He said it, I heard the voice. He's talking with the presidency and they are sending the Southeast. We're there, right? He said it himself. So it takes two to tango. If all African nations stand up and say enough is enough, even this British, let them bring bulldozers and start killing everybody then. You understand what I mean? China did it. China drove them away. Everybody India drove them away and got their new nation. So if Africa decide now that they don't want the influence of the British or Europe, let me say Europe, you and your IMF loan go to hell and just take like 1, 2 to 3 years to internalize their own need, they can do that. So it's not per se that they are the one that want to. You have collaborators, you have agents, you have their hands, their mouth, their leg. They are not coming gun blazing. Who went to go and testify against, did you see Nigerian people come there to testify?
Nobody.
Well, but they are doing their back. You see, the man said they had a meeting. When did they have that meeting? Cases, you see that they are corrupt. This thing, after you say Nigeria is corrupt, is Finland not corrupt? Is it not Finland that is cutting this deal with them? Will Finland allow that thing to happen to them if it was their own citizen? Will Finland allow Russia to come and take a territory in their land? So that's why if you get, but they took it, European country. No, that's why I used to ask you that even though we are following this law and all these people that you say, look at the people that made those things possible. Look at those countries and see that the interest is not as much as the interest in our own case. So we have to be realistic about that. The interest right now in our land, foreign interest, everybody is looking for a piece of the action. China is looking there, they are doing their own. The Arab world is doing their own. Just only in Nigeria that all this interest, at least Torah is trying, Ghana is trying to reduce the interest. But in Nigeria, they are, they open the door wide. Anybody wants to come in more, you need more, they are inviting them. That's why I say, okay, look, if I invite Ifa, and you make sure that either it will be useless to them, or we take control, or it will be useless to them, or nobody will use it. Ibrahim Marapia, my brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm happy you have tried a lot. The issue is this: while we are doing all these things, is also to remind Finland that the case of Finland has been treating such a case before he entered office because of his trying to please a woman. That is why he's allowing his name to be dragged on the mud every blessed day. And so far he has bring himself out, we will drag him. Because the Finland government, under this particular stuff, has destroyed all the good histories, all the good reputation, all the dignity and the honor of Finland. They have. That is why we want every Biafrans to know that the only that have saved our life and made us to make Obato Obie, that people went to Finland to visit him, that what keep him alive is only this legal document. And today I am happy that I was able to get that particular the legal document that made Finland all the way from Finland to locate Namibia. When there was in exile in Angola, and they went in there, sponsored Namibia as one of the government in exile of SWAPO. That is the purely government in exile of the people of Britain, sort of the people of Namibia. Then, as they sponsored Namibia to make Namibia a country, that wasn't enough. They sponsored Kosovo, 2008. They sponsored Palestine to be out of Israel and release every leader who was in prison in their own time. And they back up all government in exile as the only legal way to achieve their country. Because when I go down to the history of Belgium, they also, a lot of things has happened in this world that history has made it openly for us to understand that everything that we want must be through this legal way. We have never been in legal way after Ojukwu 1967, 1970. We have never been on the legal path. The only time we were on the legal path was this, or the coming of Obatu will be a Simon Ekpa Njoku, and on the formed government in exile, and the put a structure that we choose those that we govern, and everything is happening today, proving that yes, we are on the legal path, and this legal path is what the world is looking for. And the evidence that we're on the legal path is that today the world are talking about Biafra. It's not about who called and who did not call, no, but it is about it is about the rights that are the legal part of life that you already declared has put us on that particular legal part of life, how we can achieve our own nation. And it is in the open. Remember what Obi said once again, that the road to achieve Biafra is in the open. Government in exile is the open. So every Biafran should be happy. And if you are in Finland, if you thank those in Finland or you are outside there, you must first thank our DPM who made it possible. Because without the vision document, believe you me, no particular have been, but because of there is a legal document, that is why we're here today, and that's why all the fight of enemies can also succeed, because all the documents that need to submit to every appropriate authority, US has done their own, waiting for recognition that which must surely come. So let nobody be deceived anymore, and let every Biafran focused on US declared. It is very important if we do that, because that is the only way that we have restored this lost nation and we can dance. So my people, we understand what we are doing. Before I proceed, I want you to listen to this history once again. I'm going to drive your mind out as I bring you back. The punishment that US give those saboteurs, those puppets, those who refuse to accept the truth. So listen to this for you to know that what's today, these are people that undermined and insulting the Declaration of US 1776. And something happened there. So if you that are today that are doubting this legal right, how to restore our nation, and how the UN and the every international community will answer us, also that you are creating a very big punishment to yourself. That the punishment is what the Biafran Constitution will be implemented on you, and you are going to answer the question in due time. That is why we are here to remind you all these things. So when the time comes, your ignorance is not going to be an excuse, because I'm here to remind you. So listen to this punishment before I take you back to the full program as we continue.
Those who oppose the Declaration of Independence.
Sorry. For those that oppose what? The independence of America. Something happened there. As USB issued declaration, you are against it. Listen, we are talking about declaration of US 1776. What happened to those that oppose it, like what we are doing today? Their own is oppose or puppet, but our own is you are a saboteur or a betrayer in our own time. So listen to this punishment. Listen.
Supported the British Crown were known as Loyalists or Tories. They made up roughly 15 to 20% of the American colonial population. Rather than widespread executions, American patriot authorities and local militias relied heavily on financial, civil, and social punishments. Property confiscation and financial penalties. Confiscation Act. State legislatures passed laws allowing local governments to seize land, homes, businesses, and personal possessions belonging to loyalists. These properties were auctioned off to fund the Revolutionary Army and support state budgets. Double or triple taxes. Loyalists were subjected to punitive tax rates, often required to pay double or triple what patriot citizens paid. Loss of legal protections. Courts stripped loyalists of civil rights, making it illegal for them to sue for unpaid debts, practice law or medicine, or run for public office. Banishment and forced exile. Expulsion. Many states enacted laws banishing prominent loyalists. If they returned without permission, they faced immediate imprisonment or execution. Mass migration. An estimated 60,000 to 80,000 loyalists fled North America during and after the war. resettling in Canada, Great Britain, or British colonies in the Caribbean. Informal and mob violence, tarring and feathering. Local militias and patriot groups frequently used mob tactics to intimidate outspoken loyalists. Suspects were stripped, covered in warm tar and feathers, and paraded through town. Oaths of allegiance. Citizens were forced to sign public oaths renouncing King George III and swearing loyalty to the revolutionary government. Refusing to sign often led to house arrest, loss of weapons, or physical violence. Execution for treason, rare. While state governments established treason laws carrying the death penalty, executions were surprisingly rare. Revolutionary juries were generally reluctant to hand down death sentences for ideological loyalty alone. Capital punishment was typically reserved for those caught acting as active spies, leading armed loyalist guerrilla units, or committing high treason directly on the battlefield. The 1783 Treaty of Paris, which formally ended the Revolutionary War, included clauses urging states to restore confiscated property to loyalists. However, most American states ignored these recommendations, leaving the overwhelming majority of displaced loyalists with no compensation.
I hope you heard what America did to people that was opposing declaration. Those that are loyalists to the enemy of US, those that are puppets, those that are toys, that are sick working against US declaration. After declaration, something has happened though. They seize their property, so they refuse them to have a right on the legal part. This is what is happening in US, or what has happened there till today. Remember that over 80,000 run away. With what? Because of what? They are opposing the legal declaration document. Without declaration of USB, anything we are saying is just wasting time and continuously making our noise that there is no legal part. It is very, very imperative that you understand clearly this punishment that was being given to the people of US, where many of you are today acting like Dundee, where many of you like today acting like you don't understand the truth, acting like the truth is a far away from you. That is why we want to remind you that Biafra Constitution will be at work. If you like, continue do what you are doing. I am not begging you. We are not begging anybody. Now we are on the legal part. We don't beg anybody. Time to beg has gone. Whether Finland like Elizabeth Toby, they know Elizabeth Toby. The only why we want Elizabeth Toby is because of what? Because if they refuse, what is coming will be more than what Finland expected, because they are going to experience disgrace as this present government of Finland is dragging Finland on the mud by associating with Nigeria, by accepting it as coming from the Nigerian government. We don't beg, or we are telling Finland to do the right thing, to save their own image, to save their own reputation, to save their honor and their dignity. The only way for that is to be, and Finland is supposed to be the first country that we recognize we declared, because we give them money. We have been there and spent our money on Finland, and also including on their movement of the economy to grow more. So there is nothing Finland will do today except that they must release our PM, or they will force the wrath of Chukwuka and all Biafrans, because the time has come. Everything has been out there proving how Finland has colluded, and the female prosecutor and male prosecutor talking to those one Nigerians and giving them the award that they should try. The time has come. The time is here. Nobody to deceive us anymore. It's our time. This time is the time to achieve our own lost nation, and we have done that by the legal path. by our DVS standing up and issue a peaceful redeclaration of our lost nation, the only legal part with the legal document. That's what we have. So we must do shakara. We are not begging anybody. Those
Yes.
who, if you are there, you can say something. If I play the second, if I go back to the
My brother, God bless you, to give me the opportunity. What I am saying, we Biafrans, we are very, very industrious. If we are not industrious, we will not find even upon the war, we still have to train our children for them to be outside the country. Is there any person in the US that is living in? I see when Israeli are sending people in Biafra land, they will send black people. They will not come themselves. But our people is full of all over the whole world. There is no state on this world that Biafrans are not. As they are buying people in South Africa today, is our people. There is no northern person, there is no Yoruba person that is taking what we are taking on this earth. If you go to India, is Biafrans. If they have no population of that kind of population, how can they be in exile and be having this thing? Is there any white man that is in exile like us in this earth? Because this thing is getting out of hand. Sometimes when I began to think the thing used to piss me off.
You don't need to piss you off. This is a thing that will happen, that you know that Biafra is not a small country. Like I said, as a staff must understand that the population of Biafrans is bigger than it's all Finland citizens. So whatever that you are seeing now is the handwriting on the wall that you on the legal part. When you know that legal doesn't make mouth, that is what USB is presenting to the world. But legal walk through paper, hand-to-hand documents, and try to do everything under the law. So we are where we are now is where I said we must be happy. Honestly, we must.
I thank you people so much. That is God use you people safe, because without you people, the evil media of Nigeria and the whole world safe, because they are not announcing it. Their CNN is the worst among all. The worst among all. CNN worst among the news broadcasters. Nigeria, nowhere to be found. What they are telling is lies, 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 lies. When they buy people finish, they will close the person inside that place. Then nothing happened. No. Why I am thanking God is that we are industrious. The last thing I will tell to because his name I used to forget his name very fast because he's not a good man. If he is a good man, Alexander Stoff, release Simon Ekpa. If you want to negotiate of money, the oil is in our backyard. In my own local government, in short, my own community, we have location 1, location 2, location 3. If you want to come and collect those sites, come and collect. Release Simon Ekpa for us. They are buying people too much. That is my own problem. Had he is around, maybe his fear used to keep Nigeria at their own side. That is why they want to kill all of them. I will buy all of them. I am using God to beg him now. Say, negotiate with Simon there. Come and take oil for 100 years. We will give you. As far as we are.
We will never. We are not giving it for 100 years. We are not giving. They must leave us. No matter how they come.
Please, If it is the
it's not
oil, we are our
stop using please. We are not pleasing anybody. That word please is not into what we are doing right now. When please is involved, is when it was an IPOB doing protests. That is time for please. Now there is no time for please.
Okay.
We are not.
That is why I'm saying that, because when I am counting it, the thing is provoking me so much. It's upsetting me, and I don't want.
When we go through, there is no time to provoke you anymore or get angry. Just we are on the legal path, and everything is going smooth where it's supposed to be. There is no time. Like I told you, destiny can be delayed, but can never be denied. That is where we are.
God bless you, my brother. Let him release our innocent soul. Let him come and feel breeze of the outside. Let him release him. Let him release him. Let him release him.
Yeah,
the man is innocent. Please, I am thanking God for our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. May God keep her for us. Any man, any woman fighting against his life shall put his own. That hole that they are digging for him, they will fall into. So shall it be to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, because Mazen Nnamdi Kanu own is keeping them in value of bondage, because I have seen it. May God protect them for us. Protect Mazen Simon Ekpa, wheresoever they kept him. All over where I'm putting them in prayer anyway, and the whole Biafrans are putting. Every day we are sitting at home. Are they not seeing every Monday how the Biafra land used to be? We are very, very industrious. If you give us, we can make deserts to be forest. That is the talent that God gives to us. Even if when there is no oil, we are still living, producing, borrowing money to the whole world. Talk less of when, if we say, if they leave us to have our freedom, if they want to, the whole world want to come and collect the oil, let them come and collect. Let us plant. We have a green pasture to plant. Our planting only will give us what we need. More than. Let them leave us to rest. Let us rest. They have used us for many years.
They are not living. We have lived them through the legal documents. I want you to understand this, what we have. When I talk about the legal document, you had it here. How this legal document release 3 leaders that form government in exile. So our own case is the same case of those 3 leaders. That is why I keep on every day reminding Finland about the history, how this happened in their own country, and what are they changing it right now.
Thank you.
The Biafran under USB is doing everything for us. So let us listen to the audio again before I play some video as we are moving.
To understand how Finland used legal declarations and international frameworks to secure the release of political leaders in Namibia, Kosovo, and Palestine, it helps to examine the specific international legal mechanisms and declaration documents applied in each case. Finland did not act unilaterally or outside international law. Instead, Finnish mediators, most notably former Finnish President and Nobel Peace Laureate Martti Ahtisaari, used binding United Nations Security Council, UNSC, declarations, peace proposals, and international conventions as legal leverage to compel detaining powers to release political leaders and recognize their authorities. 1. Namibia, enforcing UN Resolution 435 and political amnesty. The detained leader, Andimba Herman Toivo, SWAPO co-founder, was imprisoned on Robben Island by South Africa under apartheid-era security legislation. The legal declaration document, UN Security Council Resolution 435, 1978. How Finland used the document to release him. Appointed as the UN Special Representative for Namibia, Finnish diplomat Martti Ahtisaari led the United Nations Transition Assistance Group, UNTAG. Resolution 435 contained a mandatory legal declaration requiring a universal amnesty for all political prisoners and exiles before elections could take place. Ahtisaari conditioned South Africa's international legitimacy on full compliance with Resolution 435. This forced South Africa to release Toivo and allow exiled SWAPO leaders to safely return to Namibia. The released leaders subsequently formed Namibia's Constituent Assembly, authored the national constitution, and gained full UN recognition upon independence in 1990. 2. Kosovo, the Ahtisaari Plan and ending house arrest. The detained leader, Ibrahim Rugova, president of the parallel Republic of Kosova, who was placed under armed house arrest in Pristina by Yugoslav Serbian security forces in 1999. The legal declaration documents, the 1999 Rambouillet Accord Declaration, UN Security Council Resolution 1244, and the subsequent comprehensive proposal for the Kosovo status settlement, the Ahtisaari Plan. How Finland used the documents to release him. During the 1999 conflict, Finnish diplomats used international peace negotiations in Belgrade to make Rugova's freedom of movement a legal prerequisite for diplomatic engagement. Facing international isolation under UN mandates, Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic was forced to lift Rugova's house arrest and grant him safe passage to Italy. Later, as UN Special Envoy, Martti Ahtisaari authored the Ahtisaari Plan. This document laid out the explicit legal framework for Kosovo's 2008 Declaration of Independence, ensuring Kosovo achieved broad international recognition while adopting Ahtisaari's constitutional protections. 3. Palestine, the Geneva Convention, and EU diplomatic declarations. The besieged leader, Yasser Arafat, chairman of the PLO and president of the Palestinian National Authority, who was confined under military siege in his Ramallah compound, the Muqatta, by Israeli forces between 2001 and 2004. The legal declaration documents, the Declaration on the Fourth Geneva Convention, 2001, and multilateral EU Council foreign policy declarations. How Finland used the documents to protect him. During the siege, demands were made to arrest, deport, or strip Arafat of his legal standing. Finland, operating within the European Union foreign policy framework, invoked the Fourth Geneva Convention and the 1993 Oslo Accords framework. These legal declarations classified Arafat as the official, internationally recognized representative of the Palestinian people. Finnish diplomats and EU envoys maintained direct physical and diplomatic access to Arafat inside the compound. By upholding the legal validity of EU declarations on Palestinian leadership, Finland and European allies blocked efforts to extrajudicially deport him, preserving the PLO's international status. Summary matrix country, leader affected, key declaration, legal document. How the document achieved freedom and recognition, Namibia. Andimba Herman Toivo, UN Resolution 435, mandated universal political amnesty enforced by Finnish-led UNTAG, freeing prisoners from Robben Island to form a recognized state. Kosovo, Ibrahim Rugova, UN Resolution 1244 and Ahtisaari Plan, used UN peace frameworks to lift Serbian house arrest, followed by Ahtisaari's plan guiding the 2008 Declaration of Independence. Palestine, Yasser Arafat, Declaration on Fourth Geneva Convention, applied EU-UN diplomatic declarations to prevent extrajudicial deportation, preserving the legal authority of the Palestinian government.
I hope this is the history of Finland. And we are only calling on Finland to listen to the former history and do the needful. And also all the backup videos I've been playing here today to prove to Finland and the people of Nigeria has used their own mouth to make it openly that the Biafran people or Simon Ekpa or anyone is not those that are causing insecurity that is being caused by the Nigerian government. And if they are doubting all these things that we are doing, Finland, the law that you implemented or the law you followed for in the president of over 13 presidents of over 12 countries, over 12 presidents that has been ruled Finland, that this president has stopped and his cabinet members is trying to destroy. The people of Finland must rise up to fight to take their country back to their history. And also the wife that has stopped married is from that kingdom that always destroy people's life. From that kingdom that always think that only them will live. From that kingdom that never want black race to rise up. But stop to remember that He's among those, maybe the father or the mother asks you, if you are eating 3 square meals, please remember one for the people of Biafra. That is showing support. That is showing that this is the way of life. About this way, and stop is going with this man. Is like when some president entered America, and we know what happened, how things was going. So we shall focus on what to do and what we are doing as of now. What USB do this legal part is, or had is that because of what? The legal document of what? Declaration already declared is what the world is trying to let us know. This is only how we can achieve this our nation. There is no other way around. So whoever think there's any other way, you're deceiving yourself. And among all these ways to restore this nation, you do hear about gun and bullet? No. It's about a peaceful way to restore this nation. Before we go down to the program for today, I have this video to play again to stop to listen to the people of Nigeria, what they are saying, and why Mazakan was kidnapped. The same is the reason why he arrested Simon Ekpa Njoku, put him in prison with his own order. So let's listen to this. Okay, if the voice is coming out, someone should lay out the mind if the voice is coming out.
Nigeria has proven Nnamdi Kanu right at every point.
Is it clear?
We're sat here today. I'm speaking Dogon Turenchi.
Someone hear this voice. Is it clear?
Argument against not one single argument.
Please, can you hear this voice?
I can hear it loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay.
The facts that have been adduced by Nnamdi Kanu in his agitation against the Nigerian state. Not one. And if you press a little further, I am today convinced that Nnamdi Kanu was 110% correct in his assessment of Nigerian state.
Finland, the same to Simon Ekpa Njoku. Listen,
He was correct.
This is a one Nigeria list.
He sat in a cell somewhere. And numerous murderers are walking around free. That is vindication. The man is correct.
The same way about to vindicate.
Nigeria encourages madness. If it will not listen to rational voices, it became inevitable that more extreme voices will be spoken in the language that Nigeria understands. And of course, you've seen the rise of the Umezuruke of this world and multiple persons who had traded on the grievances of Ndigo to build separatist movements demanding separation from Nigeria. I've had multiple occasions to address separatist agitators, both in Ndigo land, Yoruba land, and elsewhere. There are reasons why separatist noises have not found ventilation or action in Nigeria. And this is because outside of the state,
the truth is coming out from those who never want
that the state has mollycoddled. The only other persons who have sought to keep dialogues in violence in counter-revolutionary groups, such as Boko Haram and the rest. Now, if you, who have genuine grievances, now believe that you can use violence to achieve the goal, what you do is that you play into the hand of the system, which then delegitimizes your genuine grievances on account of the.
That is why we are not looking for fighting for Biafra again under gun and bullet. I want you to understand what this man is emphasizing here. He's giving an advice. And this advice is what our government has already told. That is why the government issue a peaceful declaration, which is the word called the legal declaration or redeclaration document that is legal. Now we are fighting under legal. We are no longer fighting under illegal of being organization or all these things, but we are now under the legal part of to restore our nation. So we understand what you're saying. The
idiom of expression. Let me be clear. Everything the oppressed does in pursuit of freedom will find no condemnation from. including violence. But I may not support it because I do not believe that it would achieve the goal. That is not me condemning it. So what you have found in this time is that in Igbo land, you've had persons trading off the grievance of the people to gain offices, to gain political patronage, to make money. And then you've also had persons who have genuine grievances, are not interested in trading off it, demand changes, but embraced the wrong methodologies in my own view, and may not be correct. Of course, no victor, no vanquished. Or is this true? The truth is that there is anything but. Igbos will point to the 20-pound policy. Say that, oh, when we came out of the Civil War, regardless of what I had, what we had was 20 pounds. Awolowo was largely blamed for this. He was the economic minister. They will speak to the quadrupleization of Igbo children and talk about how all is fair in war, quote unquote, and point to the weaponization of hunger. There are multiple responses to these things, but it's not my place to offer them this morning. But the only thing I want all of us to do is to keep in mind, is all indeed fair in war? The explanation that has been offered multiple times at this. Bank records have been destroyed, banks have been looted. Okay. But if you could prove that you have this money and the bank was not in the war zones, you could have access to your money. So the Igbo upper class were largely unaffected because they were largely dwelling in Lagos and where they got his money. No victor, no vanquished. But you began to have abandoned property syndrome. In Port Harcourt, Igbo properties were expropriated. Persons who had had long-held grievances against the domination of the Igbos acted vengefully, appropriated Igbo properties. In most parts of Nigeria, outside of the South, this didn't happen. I'm not suggesting that it didn't happen in some places that the properties were expropriated, but I am not sure I've heard of it outside of the South. But these things happened, and it continued to birth a lot of resentment within Nigeria. So it's a lie to say that there was no vanquish, no victor, no vanquish. Igbos were certainly vanquished, and they were not allowed to forget about it. For years, Igbos were not deemed fit to serve in the upper echelon of either the police or the army, or any of the armed forces for that matter.
Finland, the list, this is not Simon, but it's not Martin the Kanu. This is the one Angelis is narrating our story to you.
Eastern region. Okay. Or the land of the Igbos that is left to only 5 states. Others have become 6, 7. The number of local governments have not been increased, and yet these local governments have become the center for sharing revenue. Land space was not a factor in revenue allocation prior to the restructuring of Nigeria since after the Civil War. Today, it is the basis for revenue allocation, and you can be sure that the region with the least number of local governments is the Southeast. The land of Igbos have the least number of local governments, so systematically and structurally they are marginalized even in revenue allocation. You have a situation today where, whether we want to accept it or not, Igbos are deliberately excluded even from the presidency.
This is why Simon Ekpa Njoku is fighting. We are not among them. Whatever they did on their own, we are not like one Nigeria. Finland government, if you listen to this and you are still holding man Simon Ekpa Njoku, do not. That means you have done to be the second those that want to colonize the Africans again, but we're not going to give the chance again, no matter what happens. So Look at all he said is truth. Based on the solution is totally disintegration of Nigeria through the legal means. That is where USB is pushing right now, and that is how we can be able to achieve our own nation, no other way around. So let's continue.
In the years of Abacha or post-Abacha, Nigerians evolved a novel power sharing arrangement. They call it zoning.
They never zoned to us.
Power has been zoned to the south and to the west and to the north. The north has taken power and it's gone right. In 2023, it came back to the south. And by any rational deduction, should have gone indeed. They presented a very, very good candidate. You know the story of what happened in that election. It is almost impossible to argue against the facts of exclusion when you listen to the rhetoric issuing forth from certain persons in the northern part of Nigeria and from Yoruba land. The reality is that the marginalization of Igbo is structured not necessarily because the Igbos have been excluded from power per se, but because Nigeria continues to suffer from a problem that I will speak to when I'm coming to the conclusion of this lecture.
Finland, I hope you heard about this marginalization of the Igbos, of the people of Simon Ekpa, and why we must stop it, and why he raised up to stay in your country to make sure that we restore our own nation. Instead of you to support him, for us to walk away from this, because of this little thing they give to you, you are doing gra-gra, and everything is in the open. So we are going to end it here tonight. So please, my brother Doshku, your final submission. Thanks so much for joining me, and you and Madhab Yume, who joined me up to this hour. So please, your final submission before we end the program. We have passed the message to Finland as we continue this week to Finland, until this matter of Obata will be end, as we are going to be exposing Finland with their past and what they know for. So go on, my brother, final submission.
Thank you, my brother. What I am telling to Alexander Stoff, let him leave Delilah, come out his eye for Delilah and do the right thing. Let him knock iron when it is hot, because after rain, there must be sun.
Yes, sir.
Time is not running again. Time is not for his own time aside again, because this is our own time, and we will not leave it to go to walk away like that. Thank God for USB and then Ngozi Orebeze for announcing we are re-declaring Biafra in Finland, which he is involved. He gave them, rent them the podium that they did the redeclaration. Let him leave that jihadist woman that he married and do the thing that will make Finland get connection with Africa full. Because, and I don't know the reason why I'm asking, why they could be able, America will leave Tunumbu on that seat till now. Because Venezuela, I think they pick Venezuela. What is waiting? Is it that Tunumbu is better than Venezuela president?
No.
Why?
You know, America do their thing until when they be able to grab all the clear evidence. Then that is how they do their job. They don't do like Africa or the Europe. They want to verify what they are doing before taking the action.
Okay, please let them go and see Gumi and Sultan of Sokoto that makes Tunumbu to have Islamic ticket in the House of Assembly and Nigeria as a whole. Let them know. Let them know the reason why this man we want to make this place a jihadist, a terrorist area, because no time again. And me, as I'm talking to him this night, it's just like God is talking to him. Let him release our prime minister, the man that is making human beings not to be slaughtered in Biafra land, even in Nigeria as a whole, because Fulani, Hesman, and ISIS has taken over North. Dachuma is crying every blessed day. Even till today, as me and you is talking, they are buying people in that land now. All parts, they are now as I'm talking. But you will not hear it from their news. You will not hear it from BBC. You will not hear it from Al Jazeera. As God has brought energized people up to turn to Al Jazeera themselves, because without turning to Al Jazeera themselves, you will be in your house. Somebody will come and kill and buy you in your house. So, my brother, greet Maze Odogu for me. Great Maze Odogu. All the people that is keeping us to be having cool mind now, because they are the one making us to have cool mind. All you people are in exile. God will protect and guide you people so serious, because the way I'm seeing it, the whites don't want Africa to stay, but we have come to stay. Nothing by enemy sharp come before us. Thank you, my brother. God bless you people. Keep it on. And let the God of Biafra be with all of you.
Thank you so much for joining us and making it real for me. And thank you so much for being with me. Because, you know, my program, Biafrans only, I find that many of them only join me on stage when they find out that, or another person is on YouTube. Once they see those who preach other things that, all these things that they love, so they always go there. We have tried to behave this maximum 4 hours, but this is only the message I want to pass to social media, no other message I have to pass. Because of what? Whatever that I'm seeing today, since something I've been starting from our Zuketi today, so I'm tired of all those things. I want a different thing. Like Obato brought something different to our life. He brought the legal part. So that legal part on the stage of the look at when they address where we so that that our document is international document. So based on that, I want to be working close to the level where the government is and how to understand why I need Biafra as a nation. That is not just for mouth, no any other thing except to understand the criteria to restore it and what we need to teach ourselves so we can be able to move on. So I thank you for being with me. I appreciate Mommy Happy Ume. I appreciate all of you on the comment section. Ugo, I see you. Amy from Japan, I see you. Thank you. Mecca, I see all of you that joined us lately. Shuku, Emeka, Ihuoma, and all of you. Shibike, thank you for being here. Thank you, Martins. All of you, thank you. Hilary Goss, I see you. Flora, I see you. Okaf, I see you. Manel, I see you. Thank you so much, all of you in the comment section. I thank all of you for being here this night. This is exactly 1 a.m. here. We are going to leave it here until we come back tomorrow afternoon again to dish out some message we have for the Biafran people. So I thank all of you at the comment section. I thank you, my brother, for being with me. Thank you. You encourage me to do more. We must continue because I am also fighting freedom. Thank you so much. God bless you and protect you. For all Biafrans, from me, from here, it is a good night to you all. Thank you once again. Good night to you all.
Good night, my brother.